In this tutorial we will make this game. As you can see, we can shoot, and if we take damage we can play our okay. So we will make this whole game, and if we take damage, as you can see, we reloading our game scene and it's look way more cool. Okay, as you can see, camera is shaking, and we will also gonna work on camera shake as well as post processing, and as you can see, camera lens distortion. Okay, so I'm gonna cover all of this in this video. Okay, so without furthering delay, let's dive into this topic. Open up Unity Hub. Okay, open up Unity Hub, then click on this new project, and we will choose 2D. Okay, just wait a little bit. So we're gonna choose 2D, and you have to name the project in the top right bottom section. You can see project name. So I'm gonna name this top down. Okay, top down, something like tutorial, top down tutorial. And you can choose a location where you want to save, so you just have to click on it. Okay, and you can choose any location where you want to save. I'm gonna leave it with local disk E. Okay, and once you are done, click on this new project, and Unity will take a little bit amount of time to import all of the necessary things that we need to make our game. Okay, so I will see you there. Main camera. Firstly, let's talk about tabs. Okay, if you lost any tab, something like this hierarchy, what do you need? You need to go to window in the top. Okay, and then scroll to the bottom, says general, and you can find any tab you lost, something like this hierarchy or shortcut key. You can see in the right section, as you can notice that. Okay, so I already have, I'm not gonna do that. Okay, so let's select this pen camera. I'm gonna change the background color a little bit blue to dark blue to something like gray or dark, something like that. Okay, so this is cool now. So let's go to hierarchy, right click, then 2D object, sprites. I'm gonna select this triangle. Okay, so this our triangle. I'm gonna name this triangle to something like player. So let's name it to player. Okay, player, and this will be player. And let's add some components to this player game object. I'm gonna go to transform of this player, right click and reset the transform. Okay, and now let's add some components. Firstly, I'm gonna attach the rigid body 2D. Okay, for gravity. So let's do that. So select the player and click on add component, and find over there rigid body 2D. Okay, and I'm gonna set rigid body dynamic to kinematic, so it will not fall down due to our gravity. Okay, and choose collision detection to continuous. Okay, and now it's fine. Let's add up another component which will be for collision detection collider. Okay, so select the player game object one more time, click on this add component, find over there collider. Okay, let's add a polygon collider 2D. Okay, so if you take a close look, you're gonna able to see that. Okay, that green line just added up. Basically that's our collider. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. And let's now create a script so we can move left and right, up and down, something like that. Okay, so let's go to as a project tab, then assets, right click, create. Okay, so subscript, name it to something like player. I already have created right over here. I have, or what else you can do, select this player game object, then click on this add component, and then new script, name the script what you want, something like player, and then click on create and add. Okay, so I already have created, so I'm gonna select this player game object and select this script. I'm gonna drag this to add component section, basically attach that. And now let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. I'm gonna remove these two namespaces in the top. We don't need it for now. Okay, instead what we need, let's go to update function, and we do know update function calls every single frame. So we're gonna gather some information in this update function. Okay, firstly, we will use this in build function. It's called input dot get axis. Okay, and over here you can pass in quotation you need to pass the axis name, horizontal or the vertical. So let's deal with the first horizontal, okay, which in the x axis. So let's pass right over here horizontal. Okay, horizontal, and now close that up with semicolon. Okay, so this input dot get access horizontal function, this can be -1 0 or +1 depending upon what key we holding down. Let's suppose we holding down a it automatically gets mapped up with our key A and D. Let's suppose you hold down a key, so this function right over here, it will give you -1. But instead if you press down D key or hold down D key, then it will give you +1. Okay, and if you don't hold down both of them, A or D key, so this will give you a 0. So whatever it is, we're gonna store the result. Whatever result we will get, we're gonna store into a container, or you can say a variable. So let's go to top of our class. Okay, let's make it private. It doesn't need to be public. Okay, you can make it public, it's totally up to you. That will be float, and let's call this x movement. Okay, x movement, and I'm gonna close this off with semicolon, and let's set this now x movement, x movement equal to this. So this x movement can be -1 +1 or 0 depending upon what key we holding down. If we hold down a key, so this right over here function will be -1. So this x movement right over here will be -1 because we directly setting it. Whatever we getting, oh okay, whatever function giving us, we storing that result, or we storing that into this variable x movement. So this x movement can be -1 1 or 0 depending upon what key we holding down. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. So control S to save your code now, and let's move to Unity. We're not gonna able to see that field right underneath our player script because we made that field private, and we're not gonna able to see. But if you still wanna see a private field, what you need to go to inspector. Okay, in the top right inspector, in the top right you can see three dots, so click on that and select right over here debug mode. And now you're gonna able to see, as you can see, x movement, which by default is 0. Let me show that you. Let's hit this play button in the top, and if we hold down a key, so this x movement should be -1, and if we hold down a D key, so this right over here will be +1. Let me do that. So I'm holding down a key, as you can see this becomes -1, and now if I release that, as you can see this x movement became 0, and if we hold down D key, this becomes 1 or +1, you can say, and if I release, and then it just becomes 0. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. And now let's what we wanna do now, let's talk about vertical one, or the wipe movement up and down. Okay, we will use another function, so let's go to script one more time. Okay, over here, let's gather some information. So input dot get axis. Okay, input dot get axis, in quotation we're gonna pass the axis name, which is the vertical. Okay, up and down you can say, and close that off with semicolon. And this function right over here, input dot get axis, just mapped up with our keyboard W and S key. If you hold down W key, so this function right over here gonna return us a 1, and if you hold down S key, so this will give us -1. Okay, and if you don't hold down any key, a W or S, so this one gonna give us 0. Okay, so whatever the result, let's store it into another container. So let's go to top of our class. Let's make a private, okay, private float. Let's call it y movement. Okay, y movement, and close that up with semicolon, and let's set this y movement equal to, sorry, y movement equal to this. So this wipe movement can be -1, 1 or 0 depending upon what key we holding down. If we hold down W key, so this right over wipe movement should be 1, and if we hold down S key, so this will be -1. Okay, so control is to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. We should able to see underneath our player script that Y movement we just gonna pop up. Okay, and we made that field private, but we still gonna able to see because we chosen debug mode. Okay, as you can see, Y movement, and by default it's 0. Let me show that you. So let's hit this play button in the top and try to press down a W or S key. This value will change. Okay, let me show that to you. Let's hold down W key. W key. As you can see, this one becomes 1, and if I lift off my finger, this wipe movement becomes 0. And now instead, if I hold down S key, as you can see, it's became -1, and if I release, it's became 0. So what we will do now with these variables or this movement, basically we will move over to this transform and local position, basically transform and position. And if we play around with x-axis and y-axis, we can able to see that player is moving horizontally and vertically. So we just want to replace this x with this x movement and this y movement. Okay, so if we hold down something like a key, so this right over here x movement will be -1, so the x position in the x will be -1. And if it's -1, as you seen, it's going left direction. And if we will change this y with our y movement, and let's suppose if we hold down W key, so this y movement will be 1. So if we put right over here 1, so as you can see, it's going up. So that's why we will do. So I'm gonna go to transform, right click and reset the transform of player, and I will choose so let's go to debug mode to normal mode one more time. So basically we need to move over to this transform, then position, and we have to add up this movement. Okay, so let's go to script, and we will do on a fixed update. Okay, so fixed update. Let me explain why we using fixed update. Okay, this right over here update function in 1 second can run 60, 50, 55. So this update function, it's not a constant frame rate. It's not in a constant frame rate it will run. But this fixed update, it's run in a constant frame rate. Something, suppose in 1 second 60 frames. But this update function depends upon the time, okay, or the system. It can run in 1 second 60 frame, and the next time in the next second it can run 61, 62, 55, anything like that. So this is not a fixed frame rate. So that's why we use this fixed update. And in fixed update, frame rate is totally fixed. Okay, in 1 second it will run 60 frames. Even if the next time it will still run in 1 second 60 frame. So that's why it's called fixed update. It runs fixed frame rate in 1 second. Okay, so that's why. So we will move over to this fixed update, and in fixed update what we will do, we will go over to this transform, then position. Basically transform dot position right over here means basically this transform, then we moving over to this position. Okay, and we will add top of it. Okay, the top of it a vector 3, because why vector 3? Vector 3 has x-axis, y-axis and the z-axis, and we just want to replace this x and y. Okay, so let's set equal to new vector 3. Okay, and we know vector 3 has x-axis, y-axis and the z-axis, and close that up with semicolon, because this transform dot position is a vector 3. Okay, vector 3, it has x-axis, y-axis, x-axis and the z-axis, which is the depth 1. Okay, so that's why we have to set this position is a new vector 3. Okay, and what we want to replace this x with our x movement. Okay, x movement, and then this y with our y movement. Okay, and for z, which is the depth one, we're not gonna move in the z axis, so we're gonna put right over here 0 f. Okay, and what we need to multiply with this fixed delta time. Why? Basically, it depends. Okay, in my PC or laptop you can say this fixed update can run in 1 second 60 frame, but if you suppose you do have a first system, then in 1 second this fixed update will run at 120 frame rates, 120 frame rates in 1 second. So you can see there is a huge difference our frame rates. Or to make it constant, or to make it basically to make it constant, what we need to multiply this whole movement thing with time dot fixed delta time. Okay, we just have to multiply time dot fixed delta time. And now if you use any computer or PC, even a fast system, in 1 second it will run 60 frames. Okay, even you using a fast PC. Okay, so now the frame rates became constant. Whatever PC you are using, in 1 second it will run same frame rates. Okay, and control S to save your code now, and let's move to Unity. And we should able to see if we hold down a key, so this right over here position in the x-axis will be -1, so every single frame we will go to the left side by 1 unit. Okay, let me show that to you. So let's hit this play button, and if we play W key, so we will go up, and if we press down S key, we will go down, because this can be -1, +1, or 0, whatever we're doing. So as you can see, we can move up, we can move down, we can move left and right. Okay, but the problem is we are pretty slowly going, because in every single frame we just going by 1 unit. Okay, 1 unit. So let's I'm gonna unplay this, and let's go to script, and let's multiply that whole thing some kind of speed, so we can adjust. Okay, so let's go to script. Okay, script, and let's multiply with something like 10f. So instead of, we need to come to this script and change this value to match up the speed. So what we will do instead, we will make a variable and we will make it public. Okay, so we can see underneath our player script, and we can adjust it right over here, so we don't need to go to the script and change the value again and again to match up the final speed. Okay, so let's go to script, let's go to top of our class, let's make a public, so we can see in the inspector that will be float. Let's call it move speed. Okay, move speed, and by default I'm gonna set it to 10f. Okay, sorry, 10f. Okay, 10f, and close that up with semicolon, and let's multiply this whole thing with our move speed, and move speed is 10. So every single frame we will move left and right, up and down with 10 unit of speed. Okay, so control S on your keyboard to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. We should able to see that field will come just gonna pop up underneath our player script. It says move speed. Okay, and we can adjust it over here, so we don't need to come to this script again and again. As you can notice that move speed, and by default we set 10, but we can adjust it right over here. We can put 5, we can put 2, we can put 3, so I'm gonna leave with 10. Okay, and now let's hit this play button. Let's hit this play button. uh, so we should able to see that our player game object gonna move left and right, up and down with 10 amount of speed, as you can see. Okay, but the problem is, if I hold down W and D key, we moving diagonally fast. Okay, 40% more, so we moving to the upside 10, and in the x basically in the y 10, in the x 10. So if you use Pythagoras theorem, we will diagonally move faster. Okay, we will get the hypotenuse. Okay, we will move faster diagonally if I hold down. So as you can see, we are normally going up and down, but if I hold down W and D key, we moving much faster. Okay, to restrict that, you can use Pythagoras theorem to calculate how much fast we diagonally moving. Okay, so what we need to restrict that, we just have to use this. We made the vector right over here. We have to type dot normalize. So even if we hold down W and D key at the same time, diagonally we will move 10 unit. We're not gonna move much faster than 10 unit. Okay, let me show that to you. So normalize and control S to save your code, and let's move to Unity. Make sure control S to save your code and go to Unity, and we should able to see that in diagonally we will move 10 unit. Okay, not much faster than it. Let's hit this play button, sorry, hit this play button in the top, and we should able to see that we'll move diagonally with 10 unit of speed. Okay, let me show that to you. So as you can see diagonally, I'm gonna put move speed right over here 5. So as you can see, we moving the same speed in diagonally. If I uh, hold down W and S key or W or D key, we are diagonally moving with the same speed, as you can see. Okay, and you can calculate now. Basically it's restrict the factor. Basically in 1 unit circle, you can say it's called vector. We just normalizing the vector. Okay, it will restrict the unit we going to the left, right or top. So even we will move to the diagonally 5 unit, something like that. As you can see, we will move to the right side 5 up 5, and as well as if we hold down W and D key, both of them, we diagonally gonna move 5. Basically it just restrict the vector. Okay, in a unit circle, you can say. It's pretty complex thing, but I will explain. Okay, that you can use for now to calculate diagonal movement by using Pythagoras theorem, which is says a square plus b square equal to c square. You can calculate that. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of it, how you can move. And the next thing we have to cover up, if we move a mouse in the mouse direction, this our this basically player game object should rotate. Okay, in the mouse position. Okay, so I'm gonna unplay this now. Rotate around mouse cursor. What we need a direction from our mouse position to our player position. Basically we need the direction, and then we can use a tan to function. Basically this that function will take the height and the base, and if we divide, we will get the angle. Okay, let me show you. Firstly we need the firstly we need the direction. Okay, to get the direction, we have to just subtract our mouse position, this mouse position, from our player position. Okay, so how you can get mouse position? So we need to subtract, then we will get the direction, and by that direction we will get the angle. Okay, angle of our player. So let's go to script, and over here what we will do, firstly we need the mouse position. Okay, so let's create a vector to mouse pose, something like that, mouse pose, and let's set equal to input dot mouse position. Okay, input dot mouse position, input dot mouse position right over here, basically mouse position. Okay, mouse position, but this is a screen coordinate. We need to convert this into world coordinate. This is only just a screen coordinate, we need to convert in world coordinate. Okay, so I'm gonna remove this vector to mouse pose for now. Okay, so this input dot mouse position right over here is a mouse current mouse position. Okay, so we need to convert this. So we have to type camera. Okay, camera dot main dot screen to world point, and let's put whole line of this input dot mouse position into this. Okay, as you can see, and let's and we do know that mouse position also has x-axis. Okay, x-axis and y-axis. Okay, so that's why we will create so whatever it is, let's store the result into a variable. We do know this will give us a mouse position in the x-axis as well as in the y-axis. Okay, so let's store this position into a vector 2 position. Okay, So let's create a vector 2, and let's call this mouse position or mouse pose, and let's set equal to this. So this mouse position right over here will be the current position of our mouse. Okay, firstly we converting this mouse position, current position of mouse, into world coordinate, and then we storing the mouse position into this mouse pose variable. Okay, vector2 variable, which has a x-axis and a y-axis. Okay, so we wanna print out the mouse position. Okay, for printing out we have to type debug.log. Okay, let's print out mouse pose, and mouse pose, and close that off with semicolon, control s to save your code. Now let's move to Unity and select the console in the bottom and hit this play button in the top. So wherever we just place our mouse, we will get the mouse position. Okay, let me show that to you. So let's select this console, let's hit this play button in the top, and if we put our mouse in the center, we should have see in the x will be 0, as you can see in the x 0. Okay, and in the y, and if we put right over here, we can see our mouse position. Okay, so if we move my mouse cursor center, you can see the position becomes a 0 0. Okay, if we put our mouse into the center, and we know center of basically x center position is 0 0, so that's why we will get the mouse position. So instead of printing out mouse position, what we gonna do, we will subtract our mouse position from this player position. So we will get the direction, and by that direction we will find the angle, and we will add that angle to this player, so player can rotate. Okay, so let's go to script. So instead of printing out mouse position, let's subtract. Okay, so we will subtract from our mouse position minus transform dot position. Okay, and close that up with semicolon. So mouse position, this is our current mouse position, and transform dot position right over here basically means this player position at this transform dot position. Okay, so we subtracting from our mouse position this our own position, so we will get the direction. So let's store this direction into another vector2 variable. We will get a vector2 result, because we know mouse position has x-axis, y-axis, also this transform, but this transform dot position right over here have x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. Okay, so this is a vector3 and this is a vector2. So let's convert this transform dot position into a vector2. Okay, to convert it, you just have to make this first bracket and type vector2, so it will convert this transform dot position, basically this transform dot position. So we going over to this transform then position, and as we can see right over here, this has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis, and we do know this mouse position has only x-axis and the y-axis, so that's why we converting this transform dot position into a vector2, so it will have this x and y, not gonna have z-axis. Okay, so let's go to script and let's store whatever we get, we will get the direction. Okay, so let's store the direction into another vector2 variable. We know we will get a vector2 result because we subtracting x position and y position. Okay, so we definitely gonna get x position and y position. Okay, so let's store this into another vector2 variable. Okay, whatever we get vector2, let's call it direction. Okay, direction, and let's set equal to this. Okay, so now we get the direction now. So direction basically we subtracting our mouse position from this player position, now we are getting the direction. And now what we have to do, we need to find the angle. Okay, to find the angle, what we have to do, so let's create a float, let's call it angle, let's set equal to, let's get the angle first. So we have to use this mathf dot 8 and 2, 8 and 2 right over here. This will take the y. Okay, so we get the x direction. Okay, so this will be the y axis, and this right over will be the x axis. So this will be direction dot y. Okay, so firstly we getting the direction, like this, and this will be direction dot y, and this will be direction dot x. Now we will get the angle, so we just have to divide. To divide it, we just have to pass direction dot y, okay, direction dot y comma direction dot x, okay, direction dot x. Let's close that off with semicolon. So basically we getting so this will be direction dot y, which is the up, and direction dot y in the x axis, okay. So now we get the angle, but the angle will be in radian. We need to convert this radian into degrees, okay. So converting a radian into degrees, we have to multiply the whole thing math f, okay, math f dot rad to dec, okay, rad to dec. Now we get the angle, so let's store this angle, okay, we get the angle. Now let's store this angle into a another variable that will be float, okay. Let's call it float, and sorry, float, and let's call it angle, and let's set equal to this. So we get the angle, and then we storing this angle. Firstly we get it in radian, and then we convert it into degrees, and then we get the angle, and we storing this angle into this angle variable, okay, angle variable. Now to rotate our player, so what we have to do, we need to go over to this player, okay, this player, then transform, then rotation, and we have to set equal to okay. So we will move to transform, then rotation, okay, transform dot rotation, sorry, transform dot rotation, and let's say equal to quaternion, okay, quaternion dot angle axis, okay, angle axis, and this right over here will take the angle, okay, it will take the angle, and the second thing, it will take the axis, okay, in which axis we want to rotate. So if we move over to unity and play around with x axis, as you can see it's not rotating at all. And if we also play with y axis, we can see it's not rotating, okay. But if we play around with z axis, we can see that player game object rotating, okay. So basically we have to pass this transform dot z axis, okay. So firstly let's pass our angle, which our angle, and comma, second thing, it will take the axis. So we will pass right over here transform dot forward. So transform dot forward, basically this referencing this z axis, in which axis we rotating, okay. So and close that off with semicolon, okay. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to unity. We should able to see that our player game object will rotate around mouse cursor. Firstly we getting the direction, and by that direction we getting the angle, okay, and we going over to this rotation, and we setting there, okay. So let's hit this play button. So quaternion, we have to use quaternion dot angle axis, okay, we have to use quaternion when it comes to rotation, okay, we have to use this quaternion when it comes to rotation. So as you can see, player indeed is rotating our in the direction of mouse cursor is facing, okay, as you can see, and we can go up and down. So I hope you get the idea. Let me explain one more time. Okay, if I go to script, okay, firstly what are we doing, we're getting the mouse position, okay, current mouse position, input dot mouse position right over here means the current position of the mouse, but it will be in screen coordinate, so we need to convert that into a world coordinate. So we have to fit this line of code into camera dot main dot screen to world point, okay. So this is our current position of mouse, then we storing this position of current position of our mouse into another vector2 variable, which is mouse pose. And to get the direction, what we have to do, we have to subtract this mouse position from this player position, okay. So the mouse position, as you can see, we subtracting mouse position our own player position, okay, player position, and we getting the direction, and we storing that direction another vector2 variable, as you can see this direction, and then we get that direction we getting the angle, okay. To get the angle, so direction dot y basically this one, and direction dot x basically this one. So if we divide direction dot y divided by direction dot x, so we will get the angle, okay, and it will be radian. So we have to convert, we have to multiply that with mathf dot rate to degrees, so it will get in degrees. And then with storing that angle, what we get the angle first, and then we storing that angle into this angle variable. And then to rotate, we have to go move over to this transform, okay, this transform, then rotation, and we have to set is equal to quaternion dot angle axis, okay. And this function right over here will rotate, and it will take two piece of data. Firstly, it will take the angle, so we pass as the first argument the angle, and the second thing, it will take the axis, in which axis. So as you seen, if we play around with z axis, the player is indeed rotating, so that's why we pass transform dot forward. So basically means z axis of our player, okay. So I hope you get the idea how you can rotate any game object around mouse cursor, okay. When we click left mouse button, we want to shoot, okay. So let's do that. So firstly, let's open up the script by double clicking on it, okay. And let's go to update function, and over here we will check, okay, if input dot get mouse button down, okay, get mouse button down and make first bracket. If you pass right over here 0 and make some curly brackets, okay. So if input dot get mouse button down basically means if we clicking, okay, and if you write over here into brackets you pass 0, basically means left mouse button. If you pass instead of 0, if you pass 1 instead of 0, then it will map up with your right mouse button, okay. So I'm gonna check for left mouse button, so I'm gonna pass right over here 0. So if input dot get mouse button down means we clicking the left mouse button down, basically we clicking the left mouse button. So what we want to shoot, okay. So let's create a function for shoot. So let's go to down, let's create for function, we have to type and we have to name the function. Let's call it shoot and make first bracket and some curly brackets, okay. And what we want, and so firstly let's print out if it's really working or not. Firstly let's print out a message. For printing out we have to type debug, then dot log and make first bracket. In quotation we have to type the message we want to see. Let's something like shoot, okay, and close that off with semicolon. And we also need to call this function, but when we will call this function when we clicking the left mouse button, okay. When we click the left mouse button we will call this function, okay. So over here as you can see, if we clicking the left mouse button, so let's call this function which is shoot, okay, and make first bracket, close that off with semicolon. And we know what shoot function is doing. It just printing out the message in the console says shoot, okay. Whenever we goes click left mouse button, this function will call out shoot function, and we know shoot function just printing out the message shoot in console, okay. So control s to save your code. Now let's move to unity. We should able to see that message when we goes to click left mouse button, we will able to see that message says shoot, okay, in the console. So just wait for to compile and hit this play button in the top and select the console in the bottom, okay. Select, so just wait. And if we click left mouse button, as you can see indeed shoot message just printing out in the console, okay. When we goes to click left mouse button, we is able to see that message just printing out. So instead of printing out message, what we want to instantiate a bullet or a ball or something kind of like that, okay. So firstly we need to create that, okay. To create that, move over to hierarchy, right click, then 2D object sprite and select this circle. You can select any game object you like. So I'm gonna make the scale of this circle. Firstly let's call it instead player bullet, okay. Player bullet or bullet you can call. I'm gonna call it player bullet. And let's scale down in the x something like 0.2, okay, not 0.2, let's do it 0.4, in the y 0.4. Now it seems a pretty good, okay. And I'm gonna change the color of this bullet. So let's go move over to sprite renderer, click on this color background. I'm gonna choose a some kind of yellow, okay. yellow, red. I'm gonna choose green. Okay, as you can see. So this will be player bullet, and let's add up some component. First thing, we will add up a rigid body 2D for array for not gravity. Okay, so let's add that up. So select this player bullet, click on add component, and find over there rigid body 2D, and I'm gonna set this gravity scale to 0. So for a gravity, it should not fall down due to our gravity, so that's why I set gravity scale to 0. Okay, and we will choose collision detection to continuous, so it will continuously detect collision. And we need to add another component, that is circle collider. Okay, or collider we have to add for collision detection. Okay, so click on this add component one more time and find over there circle collider 2D. Okay, and what we want, you can adjust the collider. If you will able to see a green line just becomes around this circle, but basically that is for collider. Okay, and I'm gonna go over to collider 2D and check this one is triggered to true. So this player bullet only gonna check for trigger. If this player bullet collide with anything or trigger with anything, what we want that game object to be destroyed. If it's enemy, then it should takes damage, and if it's something else, so we don't want to do anything else, so in that situation we will destroy this bullet okay itself. So this is will be our player bullet. Let's make a prefab of this. Prefab basically means copy of that game object. Okay, so if we move over to project tab, so in project tab, move over to project tab, then asset, right click on asset, then create a folder. Okay, name that folder to prefabs. To keep all of the things organized, we will make folders, and then into some certain folders we will insert some certain game objects. Okay, or script. So let's call this folder to prefabs. Okay, and now select this player game object, player bullet, and drag it to that prefab folder. Now it's turned blue. Okay, turned blue. Now if we delete from the scene view, it's gone. Okay, but what we can do, we can drag that bullet from that assets or prefab folder to scene view or hierarchy, as you can see. Okay, basically means we made a copy of that game object. Okay, so let's delete it for now. We don't want it to have in the game right after the game start. Instead, where we want that, when player clicks left mouse button, then we want to instantiate that bullet. Okay, so let's go to script, let's open that up. Okay, uh, instead of printing out message, what we want to spawn that bullet. Okay, to spawn that bullet, what we need, we have to use this instantiate function. Okay, and this function right over here, first argument, it will take the game object you want to instantiate. So in this case we want to instantiate that bullet prefab. Okay, player bullet, so we have to pass as the first argument that player bullet, and the second thing, it will take the position from where we want to spawn that bullet. So in top of this player game object we will spawn that bullet. Okay, and the third argument, it will take the rotation. So we will set the rotation in basically the player or the shoot point facing. Okay, so if the shoot point facing in this direction, so the rotation of that player bullet should be in this direction. Okay, so that's the thing. So let's make a comment for now by double slash. Okay, and let's go to top of our class. Firstly, we need to assign those variables. So first thing we need, so let's make a public, that is the game object we know. Let's call it player bullet. Okay, bullet prefab, or let's call it bullet prefab. Okay, bullet prefab. And the second thing we need, where we want to spawn. Okay, so we need the transform which is responsible for position, rotation, and scale. Okay, so let's create a public transform. Okay, transform, let's call it shoot point. Okay, shoot point, and close that up with semicolon. Okay, now control S to save your code, and let's move to Unity. Firstly, we need to assign those variables. So we would expect to see that field just gonna pop up underneath our player script. Okay, so we need to assign those. So as you can see bullet prefab and it says none. Okay, so what we need, so let's select that prefab folder and let's select this player bullet prefab and let's drag it right there into this field. So we have player bullet now, and the second thing, we need the shoot point from where we want to shoot up. So what we want to shoot up from top of our this player game object. Okay, so we will create a game object over here. So right click on player game object and then create an empty child game object. Let's call this game object to shoot point. Okay, so let's call it shoot point, and I'm gonna select this arrow over here and let's drag it top of top of over here, and you can select an icon, go over to inspector, over click on this box and you can select an icon for that. So from this point we want to shoot out that bullet. Okay, so let's go to player script. So as a shoot point, so let's select this shoot point and drag it out there. Now we have our shoot point where we want to shoot or instantiate or spawn that bullet, as well as we have the bullet prefab. Okay, so let's open up the script quickly, and so let's remove these two slashes. So as the first argument, it will take the game object or the thing that we want to spawn. So let's pass right over here bullet prefab. Okay, bullet prefab, and the second thing, it will take the position. So let's pass over here shoot point dot position. As a shoot point, we drag it the shoot point as you seen. Okay, and the third thing, it will take the rotation. So we will pass shoot point dot rotation. Okay, and close that off with semicolon. Basically whatever direction shoot point is facing, in that direction the player bullet will rotate, or will rotate, you can say. Okay, and control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. We should able to see when we click left mouse button, that bullet gonna spawn from that shoot point top of our player game object. Okay, so let's hit this play button in the top. We should able to see. Sorry, I'm just having the tea. So so if we click, as you can see, okay, if we click left mouse button, that bullet is just printing out. But as you can see, the problem is that bullet is not moving at all. So we need to move this bullet. So, and we do know, if we move to that bullet prefab, we added a rigid body, as you can see. So what we want to add a force to this rigid body of this player bullet once we instantiate or spawn. Okay, we will add some kind of velocity to this bullet, so bullet will move. Okay, so I'm gonna go to so let's go to scene view and let's open up the script. As you can see right over here, we instantiating that bullet okay, at this point with this rotation. Okay, so whatever we instantiated, we definitely instantiated that bullet. So let's store that whole bullet into another game object or container, you can say. We will put it on. So let's create a game object. Okay, game object, and let's call it temp for short, temporary, and let's set equal to this. Firstly, what we doing, we is spawning this bullet prefab at this point. Okay, at this rotation, and then after instantiating or spawning that bullet, we storing that bullet into another game object variable temp, or you can say container, we putting. Okay, now we just put that bullet. Okay, now what we will do right over here, we will go to that temp. Okay, where we stored that bullet, we will go to that. Basically we stored that bullet into this temp. Okay, so we will go to temp, and then get component we will use, and the component we will look for rigid body 2D. And we do know that in player bullet prefab, we added a rigid body 2D component, as you can see right over here. So we will get this component, and by getting this component, we will add velocity to this bullet. Okay, so let's do that. So the component we are looking for is rigid body 2D, and make this first bracket and then dot velocity, and we will set the velocity, let's set equal to so firstly we will take the direction. Okay, So direction so the direction will be wherever shoot point is facing, or shoot point direction you can say. Okay, so what we will do right over here, we will type shoot point. Okay, shoot point, shoot point dot rotation, rotation, I guess shoot point dot right we have to type. Okay, not shoot point, shoot point dot right over here. Basically shoot point dot right over here means the shoot point in the direction shoot point is facing. Okay, let me explain. So as you can see, if I select this player game object and then shoot point is facing up. Okay, so the shoot point dot right over here will be the up. And if we rotate our player game object, okay, as you can see, shoot point is facing in this direction. Okay, diagonally. So the shoot point dot right over here will be diagonally. So whatever shoot point is facing. Okay, so and then what we will do, we will multiply the direction with some velocity. So firstly what we doing, we going this player bullet. Okay, basically we player bullet and getting this component rigid body, and then accessing the velocity of that rigid body or this player bullet, and we will set the velocity of this player bullet in the direction is shoot point is facing, and we will multiply that direction with some velocity, so the player bullet can go speedily. Okay, with have some speed to go. Okay, so let's multiply with 10f. But instead of doing this, what we can do, let's create a variable, so we don't need to come to the script and change the value over again and again and match up the correct value. So let's go to top of our class. Okay, and over here we will make a public, make sure making it public float. Let's call it velocity, speed, or let's call it it's totally up to you. Let's call it speed velocity. I don't know why I'm naming this, so it's fine. Okay, speed velocity, and by default I'm gonna set it to 10f. And let's multiply this shoot point dot right, basically the direction shoot point is facing, so in that direction we will add some velocity. Okay, so let's pass right over here speed velocity, and we do know spot velocity, speed velocity is 10. So in the 10 unit, so firstly whatever we instantiating that player bullet, and then we storing that player bullet into this temp, and then we going to temp and we accessing the rigid body of this player bullet, and then velocity, we accessing the velocity, and we setting the velocity as you can see in the direction shoot point facing, and we multiplying with some unit, so the player can bullet can move. Okay, so control S to save your code now, and let's move to Unity. So we should able to see this player bullet will move in the direction shoot point is facing, and the velocity will be 10. But we can adjust upon it over here. We don't need to go to the script and change the value over again and again and again and match up the correct value. Okay, so as you can see, you can increase, decrease, it's totally up to you. Now I'm gonna set back to 0 this Z rotation of player, and let's hit this play button in the top. We should able to see that this bullet will be move in the direction shoot point is facing. So let's click left mouse button. So as you can see, okay, I don't know. Okay, so we have to add up 90. Okay, basically we have to add up 90, or what we can do, instead of doing this, we will do this shoot point dot up. It also means the same thing. Okay, shoot point is facing. Okay, transform, so transform dot right, basically referencing this one. Okay, basically this x axis. Okay, so we use transform dot up right over here. So the transform dot up will be this one, which is the vertical one. Okay, not the horizontal one. So make sure, so control S, so you just have to do that thing. Okay, transform dot up, this is the vertical in the y axis. So transform shoot point dot right, basically referencing this the x axis. Okay, the shoot point is facing, so we use transform dot up, which will be the up one. Okay, so let's hit this play button in the top. I really apologize, I used the wrong direction. Okay, So you can just have to, as you can see now, it's fine. Okay, we that bullet is moving 10 velocity in the direction of shoot point, or sorry, vertically you can say. Okay, but we need to delete this bullet from the hierarchy or this scene view. That those bullet is still exist in our game. So what we want to delete after some time, or else this game gonna hold too many game objects. So that's why it will shrink down our frame rate, and if the frame rate gets shrink down, then game will be laggy and glitch, something like that. To get rid of that, what we want, after some time we want to delete this game object. We don't need anymore in the scene view or hierarchy. Okay, so let's unplay this and let's go to script now. We will use this destroy function. Okay, and destroy function will take a first argument, the game object you want to destroy, and the second argument, it will take the time after which amount of time you want to destroy. So we want to destroy this stem. Okay, this stem, basically firstly we instantiate it, as you can see, and then we storing that bullet into this stem, and then we accessing the rigid body in that bullet, firstly storing that bullet, and then in that bullet we is accessing the rigid body, and then accessing the velocity, and we setting the velocity in the direction shoot point is facing, or shoot point up vertically. Okay, so we're storing that bullet into that 10. So we need to delete that 10, or the container, whole container. Okay, so that's why as a first argument we pass the 10, and the second argument you can specify the time. So something like 10f or 10 second I'm gonna destroy, so I'm gonna choose 10f. Okay, and close that off with semicolon, control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. We should able to see that bullet will be destroyed after 10 seconds. Okay, after 10 seconds that bullet will be destroyed. So let me show that to you. Let's hit this play button in the top one more time, and let's hope that after 10 seconds that game object will be destroyed from hierarchy as well as in the scene view. Okay, yeah, so as you can see, so we should able to see this will be destroyed by now after 10 seconds, you can say. I guess the time is pretty much longer. Okay, as you can see, the hierarchy gate became clear and lot of clean. Okay, so we destroying that bullet game object after 10 seconds. You can choose a small time to do, so it will be better, I guess. Okay, so I hope you get the idea how you can shoot or instantiate any game object at any position where you want with any rotation. Okay, create the enemy. To create the enemy, let's move over to hierarchy, hit this plus icon or right click. Okay, right click, then go to 2D object, sprites, and select this triangle in the bottom. Okay, and I'm gonna call this triangle to enemy. Oh, enemy. And I want to make it a little bit larger, so I'm gonna go in scale, in transform. Okay, so I'm gonna do in the x 1.5 and 1.5 in the y. Okay, as you can see, and let's choose another color for this enemy. So let's move over to sprite renderer, then click on this color field, and let's choose something like yellow. Okay, yellow. Okay, I'm gonna move this enemy game object little bit further away from our player, and what we want to rotate this enemy wherever the player is facing. Basically, if the player is right over here, so we have to rotate this enemy like this in the direction is player is facing. Okay, in the direction player is facing, in that direction we want our this enemy game object to rotate so this enemy game object can shoot a bullet prefab or bullet in the direction player is. Okay, so the player can take damage. So I'm gonna set back to 0. Okay, so let's create a enemy script for that. Before it, let's add up some component. Firstly, we will add up rigid body, so let's do that. So click on this add component and find over there rigid body 2D, and let's choose kinematic, body type to dynamic to kinematic, so it will not fall down due to our gravity. Okay, and select collision detection to continuous, and let's add up another component which will be our for collision detection. So let's add up a polygon collider 2D or any collider. So click on add component, find over there polygon collider, and you can see the green line just added up. Okay, and let's create the enemy script now. To do so, let's move to project tab, then assets, right click, create a folder, and name that folder to something like script. So I already have created. Okay, so I'm gonna go inside that script by double clicking on it, and right click, create C# script, name it to something like enemy. Okay, and select this enemy game object and select this script and drag it to add component section. Okay, and let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So what we need this player position, so we can rotate our enemy game object in the direction a player is looking. Okay, so we need a reference of this player position. Okay, so let's go to script and let's go to top of our class. Let's create a public transform. Let's call it player. Okay, player, and close that off with semicolon. And what we're gonna do now, control S to save your code. Let's move to Unity. We need to drag the reference in that field, okay, which will be empty. So what we have to do, we need to drag this player transform into that player. So will have the player position. So let's select this player and drag it to player transform. Now we have player transform, basically the position of our player. Okay, so what we need now, we need the direction. So we can set our up position, which is transform dot up. Basically transform dot up, the play enemy is looking. As you can see, enemy is looking vertically, okay, in the up direction. So if I rotate my enemy in the left side, so enemy is looking now some angle to the left side. Okay, so wherever is enemy is looking, so transform dot up basically means top of, basically enemy is looking. Okay, so I'm gonna set back to 0 again, and if I select this arrow, so transform dot up basically referencing this arrow. Okay, you can say this y axis up, and if I rotate this enemy game object, as you can see now this one is looking to the left side a little bit angle, okay, with little bit angle. If we totally rotate something like around 90-degree, we can see that this arrow is looking horizontally, so in that direction. So transform dot up basically this direction. Okay, I'm gonna set back to 0, and let's go over to script now. So firstly we need the direction. To get the direction, okay, to get the direction between enemy and player game object, we have to subtract our own position from this player position. Okay, to subtract that, basically we have to subtract this player position from we have to subtract our enemy position from this player. So let's pass. So we have to type player dot position minus our own position. So our own position right over here will be transform dot position, which is our own position. Okay, and close that off with semicolon. Now this will give us a direction, and the result will be a vector 2 direction, which has x-axis, okay, x-axis and y-axis. So let's store this direction into another vector 2. Okay, we get the direction. Now let's store whatever direction we get, let's store it into another vector 2. Okay, so let's store that into a vector 2, and let's call it direction. Okay, and let's set equal to this. So firstly we subtracting our player position, this player position from player position our own position. Okay, so we get the direction, and we storing this direction into this direction variable. Okay, and now what we're gonna do, we're gonna set we will move over to transform then up. Okay, basically transform dot up right over here referencing this one, whatever direction this y axis is facing. Okay, so that direction you can say it. So we will set equal to our direction. Okay, direction, we get the direction, and now we setting our enemy up position, which is the top one, or the y axis. We setting the position in the direction player is facing. We get the direction. Firstly we moving over to transform dot up, then we setting that direction. Okay, so control s to save your code, and let's move to unity. Now we should able to see that this y will face whatever direction player is facing. Firstly we get the direction and we setting that. Okay, and let me hit this play button in the top. We should able to see that this enemy will face the direction player is facing. Okay, this position, as you can see, if I move then you can see enemy is looking around. Okay, wherever our player is going in that direction. Okay, as you can see. Now what we have to do, we have to chase. If we come around some certain range of this enemy, then this enemy should attack or move toward us. Okay, let's do that. We have to do it. Okay, let's move over to script. Okay, double clicking on it. So we have our player position, as you can see. Okay, so let's define some attack radius, you can see, and if the player comes in that range, then this enemy should move towards our player game object. Okay, so let's do that. To do so, what we need, we have to use this. Okay, so I'm gonna go to this update function. So let's go to bottom. Over here we have to use this physics 2d dot overlap circle. Okay, overlap circle, and this function right over here, as a first argument, it will take the position. Okay, so we will create the circle from center of enemy we will create, and if this player game object comes in that circle, then enemy game object should move toward us and should enemy shoot on player, basically shoot a player bullet. Okay, on our player game object, you can say. Okay, so let's do that. So first thing, it will take the position, so we will create from center, and the second thing, it will take the radius of that circle, and the third thing, it will take the layer mask, or which layer or which game object, you can shortly say which game object we want to target. So in this case, we just only wanna target this player game object. So what we need to assign this player as a player layer. Okay, so before we do that, let's go to so I'm gonna make a comment for now by double slash, and let's go to top of our class, because we need to assign those variable first. Okay, then we can use it. So first thing, what we need a radius. So we will pass public float, let's call it attack radius. Okay, attack radius, and by default I'm gonna set it to 1f. And the second thing, and the third thing, it will take the layer mask, and the first thing, it will take the position from where we want to create. So we want to create from center of our enemy, so we just have to pass transform dot position. Okay, so we're not gonna create a attack point from that point we will create circle. Instead we will create the circle from center of our enemy game object. Okay, so we just have to pass transform dot position, which is center position of our enemy. So that's why we're not creating any attack point. Okay, and that's the third thing, it will take the layer mask. So let's create a public layer mask, and let's call it target. Okay, target layer, and as a target layer we will gonna choose our player. Okay, and close that off with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. We should able to see those fields gonna pop up underneath our player script. Okay, so just wait, and when it's done we need to assign those. Okay, so just wait. As you can see, attack radius by default we set it to 1, but we can adjust it upon over here. Okay, and target layer is says nothing, so we're gonna choose the player, but we cannot see any player layer. So what we need, so select this player game object, okay, and go over to inspector. In the top right section you can see layer and it says default, okay, so click on that and click on add layer. Name the layer what you want, so I'm gonna name this layer to player, okay. And now let's go to that player game object one more time. Go over to inspector as a layer, now choose that player, okay. So I'm gonna do no this game object only, okay. Now we assign it this player as a player layer, okay. So let's move to this anime game object and target layer. Now I'm gonna choose this player, and we know we assign it this player as a player layer, so the circle will only gonna check for this player game object, only gonna target this player game object, okay. So let's go to script now, and let's go move over to update function. Let's remove this two slashes. So as the first argument, it will take the position from where we want to create the circle, so we will pass right over here transform dot position, okay. Transform dot position basically referencing, if we move to enemy, this transform dot position, which is center position of our enemy game object, okay. And the second thing, it will take the radius, so let's pass our attack radius, okay. And the third thing, it will take the layer mask, so let's pass right over here target layer. And we know as a target layer we have chosen that a player game object, so the circle will gonna only check for that player. If the player comes in that circle, then enemy should attack, okay. And let's close that off with semicolon. So this function right over here will return us a true or false value. If the circle is really colliding that player game object, so this function will return give us a true value, else it will give us a false value, okay. So what we want, let's store whatever the result is, let's store into a collider 2D variable, okay. So we have to type this collider 2D, let's call it hit info or hit, let's set equal to this. So this hit right over here can be true or false, and by this hit we can extract info whatever we collided with, okay. We can extract info that game object name, tag, anything we can, okay. Firstly, we created the circle from our center of our basically center of enemy position, from center of enemy position with this much of radius and this target layer. So this function right over here will be true if the player game object is really colliding with that circle, okay. Circle, else this will be false. So this hit can be true or false, okay. And so what we will do now, so let's go next line. Let's check if, okay, if hit is equals to true, or you can leave it as it is, it also means true, okay. And make some curly brackets. So what we doing right over here, so if hit is true, basically the player game object really collided with that circle. So so what we want, so let's print out a message in the console, okay. For now let's check if it's really colliding with that circle or not, okay. For printing out we have to type debug.log, okay, and in quotation you can say, so let's print out the name of the game object circle collided with. So what we have to do, we need to go over to this hit, and we can extract an info anything about what we hit with. We can extract info name, tag, any component we looking for, okay. So I'm gonna do hit dot transform dot name. So basically what we doing right over here, whatever we collided with, we going to that game object transform component, then we accessing the name of the game object, and surely we gonna collide with that player a game object, okay. So the player name should print out in the console says player, okay. And close that off with semicolon, control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. We should able to see that message gonna pop up when the circle gonna when the player collide with that circle which we creating from center of our enemy, okay. But the problem is that we not able to see the circle, okay. To see the circle, we have to use another inbuilt function of Unity. Okay, so let's go to script. For that, let's go to bottom. We have to use this on draw gizmo selected. Okay, and make sure you typing the same name as I did over here, else this will not gonna work. And this function automatically get called by Unity, and this function is responsible for drawing anything we want. Okay, so what we want to do, we want to draw the circle around that enemy position. To draw the circle, we have to use this gizmos dot draw where sphere. Okay, and this function right over here will take the position from where we want to create the circle. So let's pass our transform dot position, basically enemy center position. Okay, so let's pass over here transform dot position. Okay, and the second thing, it will take the radius. So let's pass our attack radius. Okay, attack radius, and close that off with semicolon. But the function right over here, it will give us an error. Okay, if we don't assign this, sorry, it's already get assigned. If you create a attack point, so you need to check before you assign it attack point or not. Let's leave it like this. Okay, so we creating the circle from center of our enemy with this much of radius, and we can choose the color of that circle. To change the color, what we have to use this gizmos dot color, and you can set equal to any color you want. So I'm gonna do color dot yellow or red. Let's choose red. Okay, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code, and now let's move to Unity. We should able to see with this much of radius, attack radius, the circle will be drawn from that center of our enemy position, and the color will be red. Okay, so as you can see, but this seems pretty small, so let's increase this attack radius. So I'm gonna do it something like 4. Okay, 4, and let's take this enemy game object little bit further away from our player. Okay, and now let's select this console in the bottom and hit this play button in the top. We should able to see that message when we collide with this circle, say, and we just printing out the name of the game object we collided with. Okay, so as you can see, the message just gets pop up in the console when we collide. Let me clear out once more time, and if we collide with this circle, we should able to see the name of the game object will be print out right over here in the console. Okay, so as you can see, the message just printing up again and again, and it just going on. So instead of printing out message, what we want to chase our player game object. Okay, to chase our player game object, so let's open up the script one more time. Okay, so instead of printing out message, what we will do, we will chase. Okay, and chase, so we will set the current position. Transform dot position is the current position of our enemy, and to chase we have to use this vector2 dot move towards, and this function right over here, it will take the as a first argument the current position, and second thing, it will take the target position, basically where you want to go, and the third thing, it will take the speed, how much fast you want to go to that target point. Okay, so as a first argument, we will pass transform dot position, means the current position of our enemy itself. Okay, transform dot position, and the second thing, it will take the target position. So in our case, the target position is player, so let's pass right over here player dot position. Okay, so let's pass player dot position, and the third thing, it will take the speed. Let's do it 5f. So instead of hard coding this, so let's go to top of our class and let's make a variable for it. Okay, so let's go to top of our class, let's create a public float. Okay, float, and let's call this one chase speed, and by default I'm gonna set it to 5f. Okay, and close that up with semicolon, and let's replace this 5f with our chase speed, and chase speed is 5, but we can adjust upon it in inspector. Okay, and we also need to multiply this time dot delta time to make frame rate independence. Okay, make sure that So multiply time dot delta time and close that off with semicolon. So firstly we setting the current position. So transform dot position right over here is referencing current position of enemy, and with setting equal to vector2 dot move towards. So this function as a first argument, sorry, this function I'm gonna set little bit, sorry. Okay, so this function, first thing it will take the current position, and second argument it will take the target position, and the third argument it will take the speed, how much fast you want to go to that target position. Okay, so as you can see we setting the current position equal to target position, basically where we want to go. Okay, so control S to save your code, and let's move to Unity now. So we only doing this thing when the player is really colliding with this enemy game object, this circle. Okay, if the player game object colliding with this circle, then enemy will chase our player with this much of speed, chase speed. Okay, so let me show that to you. So let's hit this play button. Okay, let's check that out. uh, and if we collide with this circle, we should able to see this enemy gonna chase our player, as you can see. So the speed is pretty much fast. So what we gonna do now, let's make the chase speed a little bit lower, something like 2.5 or 2. Let's leave it to 2. Okay, now let's hit this play button. Now our enemy game object will chase our player game object a little bit slowly. Okay, uh, so as you can see. So but the problem is that this player game objects just pushing, or it's taking our center position player game object. Okay, center position of our player game object. Instead of we doing this, what we want this enemy game object to stop when it's come to some certain distance. Okay, so we need to stop this enemy, and then an enemy should just shoot projectiles. But we will shoot projectile if if the player game object really collided with this circle. Okay, we also gonna shoot out projectiles. But what we do want for now, we want to stop this enemy when it get too much close. Okay, we just want to stop. Okay, so to do that, let's go to script. So before we chase our player game object, as you can see, we will check the distance between them before we chase our player game object. So we will check if vector2, okay, vector2 dot distance. So this function will take two position, and it will compare the distance between them. Okay, so first we will pass our own position. So transform dot position means enemy position, and the second thing we will pass player dot position or the target position, and we will check the distance between them. If it's greater than some distance, then we gonna chase our player game object. And if the distance between it's too much close, then we don't want to chase our player game object. Okay, so we will check for if the distance between is greater than some kind of distance. You can check for 3f. So let's create a variable for this as well. So let's go to script. Let's go to top of our class. Let's make another public float. Let's call this one retrieve distance. Okay, sorry, retrieve distance. I really apologize if I am misspelling this. Okay, retrieve distance, let's call it retrieve distance, and by default I'm gonna set it to 3 unit 3f, and close that off with semicolon. And over here I'm gonna pass retrieve distance. So if the distance between our player position and an enemy own position, if the distance between them, if it's greater than retrieve distance, then we will chase our player game object, else we will not. Okay, so make some curly brackets, let's take this line of code, control X for cut and control V for paste. And else condition, what we will do, we will do nothing, we're not gonna chase. Okay, So if the distance between our enemy and player, if it's greater than retrieve distance, so basically 3 unit we set by default, but we can adjust upon it in inspector. So if the distance between is greater than this retrieve distance, then that case we chasing our player, and chasing our player as you can see. But when it too much close, we doing nothing, we not chasing anymore our player game object when the enemy is too much close to our player game object, or the distance between them is not greater than this retrieve distance. So in that situation we doing nothing. Okay, but the distance between is still retrieve distance, then we chasing our player. Basically enemy is not too much close to player game object yet, so we chasing our player game object. But when it's get too much close to our player game object, in that situation we doing nothing. So in that situation we just want to stop. Basically we don't have to chase our player game object. Basically our enemy game object is too much close to our player game object. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. So control S to save your code, and let's move to Unity now. We should able to see this enemy game object gonna stop when it's the distance between gets lesser than retrieve distance, or if it's greater than, then we still chasing. Okay, let me show that to you. So let's hit this play button, and you can adjust the retrieve distance right over here. You can set it to any value you like, or how much close you want your enemy game object to be. Okay, let me show that. As you can see, enemy gets stopped when it get too much close to our player game object. Basically the distance between, if it's greater than retrieve distance, in that situation we chasing, as you can see. But when the distance between this enemy and this player is not greater than retrieve distance, we doing nothing, we not chasing our player game object so far. Okay, we just stopping, we doing nothing. Okay, so as you can see, so let's what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna choose a retrieve distance something like 2. Okay, to make it a little bit closer between our player and enemy game object. Okay, and I'm gonna choose this attack radius a little bit larger number, something like 10, and I'm gonna take away this enemy game object a little bit further away from player game object. Okay, now let's hit this play button. When it's when we collide with this circle, okay, then enemy game object gonna chase us. But when it gets too much close, it will stop right there. Okay, so as you can see, it's chasing. But when the distance between became lesser than retrieve distance, then we not doing nothing. But when the distance between is still greater than retrieve distance, in that situation we chasing our player, as you can see. Okay, so I hope you get the idea how you can stop any game object in certain distance. Okay, and the next thing we have to cover of that enemy also shoot projectiles or bullet, you can say. So we will also gonna cover that up. Okay, so I hope you get the idea how you can do or chase any game object you want, and you want to stop any game object in certain distance. Okay, so let's do that. Let's open up the enemy script by double clicking on it. Enemy shoot out bullet prefab enemy bullet. Okay, so before we shoot out the bullet, we need to create the bullet. Okay, so let's go to Unity, then hierarchy, right click on hierarchy, 2D object sprite, and select this circle. Okay, and let's call this circle to enemy bullet or bullet enemy. Let's call it enemy bullet. Okay, enemy bullet, sorry, enemy bullet. Okay, and let's scale it down something like 0.4 in the x and 0.4 in the y. Okay, it seems pretty small. Let's make it a little bit larger, zero point 0.5 in the x, 0.5 in the y. Okay, and let's go over to a sprite renderer. Let's change the color something like red. Okay, so as you can see this, so let's add up components. Firstly, we will add up a rigid body, and the second thing we will add up a circle collider 2D for collision detection. Okay, so let's do that. So let's click on this add component, find over there rigid body 2D, and now what we will do, we will make this gravity scale to 0. So due to gravity it will not fall down, or due to our gravity it will not fall down, so that's why we're setting up to 0 gravity scale, so it will not fall down. Okay, and let's choose collision detection to continuous. Let's add up a collider to this enemy bullet for collision detection. Okay, let's click on add component, find over there circle collider 2D. Okay, and let's add that up, and we will move to circle collider 2D, and check this one is trigger. So this collision detection only gonna work for trigger. Okay, basically if this basically if this enemy bullet collide with this enemy player game object, okay, collide with player game object, then this will trigger us. Okay, so that's why we check this one is trigger. We will have a look on that as well later. Okay, so make sure you make this one prefab, means copy of that game object. So let's select this enemy bullet and let's drag it to that prefab folder. Okay, now it's turned into a prefab. Okay, let's open up the enemy script. So I'm gonna delete this bullet from the scene view now, and we want to spawn this bullet when enemy gets too much close or some certain distance, or this enemy, this player game object collide with that circle or the attack range. This player comes in enemy attack range, in that moment we want to shoot out this bullet. Okay, so we will delete it for now scene view, and let's open up the enemy script, and make sure you also make this enemy and player game object prefab, so you don't need to work from scratch. Okay, you don't need to add colliders rigid body from scratch. So we will have a copy. If we lost somehow from the scene or hierarchy, we will able to restore quickly. Okay, so let's select enemy, let's drag it to that prefab folder, as well as let's select this player and let's drag it to that prefab folder as well. Okay, now select this enemy game object, let's double click that script to open that up in Visual Studio. So what we want to shoot out bullet. Okay, so let's make a function for that, for shooting out. Okay, to do so let's go to down and let's go over here, let's make a void for function, let's call this function shoot. Okay, and make first bracket and some curly brackets. Okay, and what we want to do inside this bracket, we want to shoot out this enemy bullet. If we move to prefab folder, then enemy with this, basically this enemy bullet. Okay, we want to shoot out. Okay, for shooting out or spawning, we do know that we have to use this instantiate function, and we do know that instantiate function as a first argument, it will take the game object or the prefab or anything that you want to spawn as a first argument we have to pass. Okay, and the second thing, it will take the position from where we want to spawn, and third thing, it will take the rotation. So we will pass quaternion dot identity or shoot point dot rotation, something like that. Okay, so let's make a comment. For now we need these variables, enemy bullet, position. Okay, we need, so let's go to top of our class and let's go to move over here, let's create a public, okay, game object. Basically we need a reference of that enemy bullet, or enemy bullet also and game object, so that's why we typing a public game object. Okay, let's call it enemy bullet prefab. Okay, let's call it enemy bullet prefab, prefab, and close that out with semicolon. And the second thing, we need position from where we want to spawn or shoot out that bullet. Okay, so we gonna create a something like, if we select this enemy game object, okay, we want to create a point right over here, and from this point that bullet prefab shoot out, so basically shoot instantiate or spawn. Okay, so let's go to script, and so we need a position, so let's create a public transform transform means position, let's call it shoot point. Okay, shoot point. And the third argument, it will take the rotation. For now let's leave it, and control as to save your code. Let's move to unity. We need to assign those variable first before we spawn. Okay, so we gonna able to see those field will pop up in the underneath our enemy script. Okay, so the first thing is that the game object or the prefab we want to spawn, so we need to drag. Okay, so just wait, as you can see in enemy bullet prefab and it says none, empty. So what we will do, we will select this enemy bullet prefab and let's drag it out there. Now we have the enemy bullet, and we also need a position from where we want to spawn. Okay, so what we will do, we will create a child game object. Okay, to this enemy. So select this enemy, right click, then create an empty child game object. Let's call this game object, or sorry, let's call this position, which has position transform, as you can see means position. Let's call it shoot point. Okay, shoot point. And what we will do now, let's select this arrow. Okay, select this move tool and let's move it this right over here, and you can select an icon for that if you want. So go over to inspector, click on this box icon and select any icon you want. So I'm gonna select this one, and what we gonna do now, let's select this shoot point and let's drag it to shoot point field. Now we have the bullet and also the position. Now we can shoot out the bullet prefab. Okay, before we do that, as you can see, n plus icon just became to this shoot point position or child game object. Okay, so what we need, if we open up the enemy game object prefab from this prefab folder, as you can see, it doesn't have that shoot point yet, but we created the shoot point. It should change in the prefab as well, but it's not doing. So what we need to go over to this enemy game object, then inspector, overrides and click on apply. So it will change in the prefab as well. Now if we open up the prefab of this enemy game object, we can see the shoot point just at top of our enemy game object. Okay, so that's the thing. So you need to click on this override and apply all to change in the prefab, means copy of that enemy game object as well to change it. Okay, I hope you get the idea. And now let's go to script. Okay, and let's remove these two function. Okay, remove two function, and what we want to spawn. So as a first argument, it will take the game object we want to spawn. So let's pass right over here enemy bullet prefab, and we do know as a enemy bullet prefab we pass that rate enemy bullet to that field, so that will be spawn. And the second thing, it will take the position. So let's pass our shoot point dot position. Okay, and the third thing, it will take the rotation. Let's pass right over here quaternion dot identity. It's basically means no rotation. Okay, and let's close that up with semicolon, control s to save your code. Okay, so we also need to call this function. We made the function, we never calling it. So where we want to call, so for checking, let's go to top of our start function, and we do know that start function get called when the game start. So in the start of the game, we want to call this shoot function. Okay, and what shoot function is doing, it just spawning this enemy bullet prefab at this point with no rotation, as you can see. So let's go to start function and let's call this shoot. Okay, and make first bracket and close that up with semicolon, control s to save your code. Now let's move to unity. We should able to see that enemy red bullet enemy red bullet will be enemy bullet prefab, which is the red one, will be spawned top of this enemy game object from this shoot point. Okay, we should able to see. Now let's hit this place button right after the game start, and we do know start function get called right after the game starts. Okay, and what we doing, we just calling that function. Okay, so if we move, as you can see that red bullet just pop up our top of this enemy game object or from this shoot point. Okay, So what we also want to move this point. Okay, sorry, we also want to move this bullet. Okay, it's just staying at one point. Before we do that, what we want, something like, when this player comes in this attack range, then this enemy game object should shoot out bullet. Okay, not right after the game start or player is not in attack range. In that moment we don't want enemy game object to shoot out bullet. We only want once this player game object just around this attack range, at that moment we do one. But something like after 2 seconds or every after 1 second, we want to spawn that bullet, or some certain period of time. Okay, we want to shoot out bullet, not something like that, one by one, something like that. We will define some attributes, and after that amount of time we want to shoot out bullets. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm gonna go to script, and let's remove this shoot function in the start of the game. We don't want. And as you can see right over here, okay, right over here we colliding. Okay, hit, as you can see we colliding. The basically the player game object is colliding with that attack range of enemy game object. So over here we doing it. So over here what we want, so let's create a two variable to keep track of when to shoot out. Okay, so let's do that. So let's make a public float. Let's call this one start time. Okay, start time, and close that off with semicolon. And let's create another variable. It doesn't need to be public, so let's make it private float. Let's call it time between spawn or time between shoot. Okay, let's call it time between shoot. Okay, and by default I'm gonna set it to f. Okay, to f. And let's move over to start function. So every after 2 seconds we want to spawn. It's totally up to you. So that's why I made this field public. We can adjust upon it in inspector that amount of time you will able to shoot out. Okay, so let's go to start function, and over here I'm gonna set this start time. Sorry, not start time. I will set so let's remove this time between shoot. Instead I will set this start time to f. Okay, so every after 2 seconds we want. So we will set this time between spawn, time between shoot, sorry, not a time between spawn, time between shoot, I will set it to start time. Okay, and close that up with semicolon. And right over here start time is, as you can see, 2. Okay, so is 2 right away. So this time between shoot right over here will be start of the game 2. Okay, so we will move to over here where player is colliding with that circle. Okay, basically player comes in attack range. Over there we will check, okay, we will check if time between time between shoot, if it's greater than 0f. Okay, 0f. So we will do something else, we will do something else. Okay, so if time between shoot right over here is greater than 0f, sorry, not greater than, basically we will check for lesser than or equal to 0 right over here. So time between shoot in the start of the game will be 2. Why? This start time by default, as you can see, we set it 2, and in the start of the game we setting this time between shoot equal to start time, which is 2. So that's why this time between shoot over here will be 2. And over here we checking if time between shoot is lesser than or equal to 0. But we do know that time between shoot will not be 0 or lesser than or equal to 0. Basically time between shoot is 2. So 2. So what we want to subtract if time between shoot is not lesser than or equal to 0. In that case what we will do, we will subtract from this time between shoot minus equals some unit, something like time dot delta time every single frame. Okay, so in the start of the game, time between shoot will be 2. Okay, this will be 2. So in that moment, what we doing, so we moving over to this else condition will run in that situation. If the time between shoot is not lesser than or equal to 0, so in that moment what we doing, we just subtracting from this time between shoot minus equal time dot delta time. So every single frame we just subtracting from our time between shoot some fraction. Okay, so somehow this time between shoot right over here will gonna hit 0. So we're gonna hit 0 after some period of time. Okay, time between shoot is 2, so we subtracting every single frame some fraction, so this time between shoot will gonna hit somehow 0. Okay, so in that moment we will set this one time between shoot one more time to start time, and we know start time is 2. So time between shoot we will set time between shoot equal to start time. Okay, as start time and close that up with semicolon. So when the time between shoot hits again 0, we're setting this time between shoot again to start time, and we know start time is 2. So that's why this time between shoot right over here will be 2, and over here we're checking if the time between is shoot is lesser than or equal to 0. In that moment we will do something else, we will not gonna do so. And we do know once we set this time between shoot once more time to 2, it is not lesser than or equal to 0. So that's why this else condition will run. And what we doing in else condition, we just subtracting from time between shoot some fraction every single unit. Okay, so this right over here, this condition will just loop forever. It will loop and loop. When the time between should hits 0 or lesser than or equal to 0, then we setting again that time between should to start time, and we know start time is 2. So this condition will not run. So this right over here, this else condition will run, and we know what we're doing right over here. So this will every after 2 seconds this code will run. So every after 2 seconds what we want to call this function. Okay, this shoot function, and we know what shoot function is doing, or what we're doing inside it, which is spawning that bullet. Okay, so let's call, so every after 2 seconds this one right over here will run, but we can adjust upon it start time. It's totally up to you. You can set it to 1, so every after 1 second you can spawn. You can set it to 3. It's totally up to you. Okay, so I'm gonna call the shoot function right over here. Once we hit time between shoot 0, let's call this shoot function and make first bracket and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Okay, and now let's move to unity. We should able to see that bullet, okay, red bullet or enemy bullet will be spawned every after 2 seconds, but we can adjust the start time right over here underneath our enemy script. Okay, it's totally up to you how much time you want to spawn. So as you can see, start time is 2. So if you set this start time to 4, so every after 4 seconds that enemy bullet will be spawned. Okay, so it's totally up to you how much you want. I'm gonna leave with 2. Okay, let's hit this play button in the top and let's see what's really happening. We should able to see when we come to this attack range, or this circle we collide with this enemy, we should able to say that bullet will be spawned. Okay, so let's do that. So let's get inside of it. So as you can see, every after 2 seconds those bullets just spawning. Okay, as you can see right over here, every after 2 seconds. Okay, so what do we want? We want to move this bullet. It's just staying at one point and it's not moving at all. So we also want to move in the direction shoot point is facing. Okay, basically this in y-axis. Okay, so what we will do, we want to move that bullet game object. Okay, so let's open up the enemy script quickly, and right over here we can see we just instantiating that bullet prefab at this point with no rotation. Okay, so what we want to do, we instantiated this bullet, so let's store this bullet into another another container, you can say, or variable. So that will be, we know that is a game object. Let's call it tame bullet. Okay, tame bullet, let's set equal to this. Firstly, what we doing right over here, we instantiating this bullet prefab at this point with no rotation, and now after instantiating that bullet, we storing that bullet into this tame bullet container, you can say, or game object. And by this, what we will do, we will move over to this tame bullet. Okay, tame bullet, and we will access the rigid body component. Basically, firstly we instantiated this red bullet, and we storing this red bullet into another container. Okay, and what we want to do now, we will go over to this bullet rigid body, and we will set the velocity, the velocity up direction. Okay, up direction, or in y axis, wherever the player enemy game object is looking in that direction. Okay, so we just gonna access this rigid body, and we will set the velocity. Okay, so let's go to that, and so we will get the component which is rigid body. Okay, a rigid body 2D, and make first bracket and dot velocity, and we will set the velocity equal to in that direction. So we will set something like shoot point dot up. Okay, shoot point dot up, shoot point dot up multiplied by some unit, something like 10f. So instead of hard coding this, so let's go to top of our class, and let's make a public float. Let's call it velocity. Okay, let's call it velocity as well, velocity, and by default I'm gonna set it to 10f, and let's replace this 10f with our velocity, which is 10, but we can adjust upon it in inspector, so that's why. And we also need to delete this bullet after some time. Okay, or the game will hold too many bullet prefab, so basically game objects, so that's why they are gonna be shrink down in frame rate, so the game will be laggy or glitch. So after some time we need to destroy this tame bullet, or the container where we storing that red bullet or enemy bullet, you can say. Okay, so we also need to destroy that. To destroy, we have to use this destroy function, and we know as the first argument it will take the game object we want to destroy. So we will pass this tame bullet where we storing, and the second thing, we will specify the time. So after something like, let's do it 5f or 5 second. Okay, after 5 second, that bullet will be also be destroyed from hierarchy in the scene view as well. Okay, and close that off with semicolon, control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. We should be able to see that bullet will be go in the direction, shoot point is looking. Transform dot up, basically vertical one. Okay, basically this one. So as you can see, it's looking upward, so it will go. And if I try to rotate my player game object, okay, so now this y-axis or this up is looking this direction, so the bullet will go in this direction with this much of velocity. So I'm gonna set back to 0. Okay, so let's check that out. So let's hit this play button in the top, and let's check that, okay, if it's really working or not. We should able to see, as you can see, the bullet is spawning, and bullet is going in the direction shoot point is looking vertically. Okay, as you can see, and after some period of time, we just deleting that bullet, as you can see right over here. After 5 seconds, those bullets just getting destroyed. Firstly, what we doing, let me explain one more time. We just firstly we instantiating that bullet at this point. Okay, at this point, and then we storing that bullet whatever we instantiated into another game object container. Okay, and then we going to that container, or you can say that bullet, accessing the rigid body of that bullet, and we setting the velocity, we accessing the velocity, and we setting the velocity equal to shoot point dot up, and we multiplying the direction with our velocity, which is 10. But we can adjust upon it in inspector as well, as you know. And after that, we destroying that bullet, whatever we instantiated, we destroying it after 5 seconds. Okay, as you can see, 10 bullet, we used a destroy function which will destroy our 10 bullet at this amount of time. Okay, so control S on your keyboard to save your code. And okay, one more time, I hope you get the idea how you can spawn any bullet and at any point you want with certain period of time. Okay, add up a tail to make a bullet a little more cool. Okay, trail renderer, we have to do that. Okay, to make it a little bit cool, to do so, what we gonna do, I'm gonna select any bullet. Let's suppose this anime bullet, let's drag it into scene view. Okay, what I want to add up a tail right over here, so it should look a little more cool. Okay, to do this, to do that, what we have to do, select the bullet, click on add component in inspector, and find over there trail renderer and add that up. Okay, you can see play. If we play, okay, I'm gonna stop that. So as you seen, what we need to select the material. So if you scroll down trail renderer, you can see a material field. Okay, and it says none material. So what we have to do, we're gonna select enemy sprite default material, which will show up the sprite. Okay, so click on this and select this default sprite default material. And if we now play, as you can see, it's playing. Okay, so I'm gonna go to up of trail runner. Let's make the width a little bit something like this, I guess. So and now what I want, I'm gonna make this the tail at the end. Let's shrink it down. Okay, and time, you select a lower time, something like 0.1. As you can see, now it seems you can just play around, you can increase, so the trail will increase. Okay, and if you take a closer look, okay, if I pause this button, okay, if I pause, as you can see, the sprite of this trail is out from our enemy bullet sprite. Okay, so that's why we are able to see where the trail renderer just attached. Okay, so what we want this trail renderer sprite behind of our this enemy bullet sprite. Okay, so what we have to do, what we need to do, so I'm gonna unpause this. Okay, so let's go to trail renderer. If we scroll down to the bottom, okay, then you can see sorting layer. Okay, so click on this, okay, sorting layer, and click on add sorting layer and hit this plus icon. Let's call this sorting layer to trail. Okay, trail. And what I want drag, let's select this trail, tail or trail, I don't know. I'm just misspelling, I apologize for that. Okay, so I'm gonna drag this layer behind of every layer. Okay, so as you can see, I just drag it behind of every default layer. Okay, so what I want to do now, let's select this bullet, and if we play, we can see. So let's stop, pause this. So and it's called so as you can see, so let's scroll to the bottom and let's select sorting layer of this trail. Okay, trail to trail. Okay, so now as you can see, it's get behind of our sprite layer. Okay, or this enemy bullet sprite layer, because this enemy bullet, if we move over to sprite renderer, as you can see, this one have default one, and we drag it the trail behind the default. So that's why now this sprite enemy bullet sprites, it's up. Okay, sorting layer is up and the trail is behind. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of it, and you can play around with color. So if I click on this alpha, I'm gonna drag it down. So select alpha, basically the transparency one. So if you click right over here and if you drag it, So as you can see, it's fading out. Okay, now if I play this, it's look little more cool now. So I'm gonna pause this button. Okay, and pause it. I'm gonna choose a different color. So click on this and click on this color field, click on this pencil icon, you can say, and let's choose a red color for this red bullet. Okay, and what I want, I'm going to drag the width of the bullet a little bit up. So as you can see now, if I play, it seems pretty cool. Okay, so now it's good. So I'm going to select this enemy bullet, click on overrides and click on apply all in the inspector, so it will change in the prefab as well. Okay, so now if I delete from the scene view or hierarchy now and try to click on this play button, we should able to see that the tail or the trail, you can say, it will attach to that enemy bullet, so it will make the bullet a little more cool. Okay, let me show that to you. Okay, so let's get in inside. So as you can see, it seems pretty cool. Okay, so as you can see, the bullet looks nice and clean and lot more good now. Okay, so let's do the same thing for the uh, for our this. So I'm gonna unplay this for our player bullet. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm gonna drag any of them, so something like this. So let's add up a trail renderer. Let's click on add component, find trail renderer. Okay, and if I play this, so let's go to material field, let's select the default one. Okay, and let's drag the width a little bit, and I'm gonna make the tail or the end a little width of the end something like lower. Okay, and let's do it 0.5, sorry, zero point 0.1, let's do it 0.2, let's do it 0.4. I'm gonna drag the trail. Okay, so let's choose a green color, so I'm gonna choose a green color. Okay, and let's select this alpha, let's drag it down. Okay, and let's select trail, so it seems pretty good. Okay, so you can just play around and you're gonna get hang of it. Now it's okay, so let's click on this overrides, click on apply all to change in the prefab as well. And now I'm gonna delete from this scene view, and let's hit this play button. We should hope that that tail will also be added on our player bullet game object. Okay, so let's do that. So as you can see, now it's looks more good. Okay, so I hope you get the idea how you can add to any game object tail to make it even more cool. Okay, so this, so the next thing we have to cover up on so next thing we will cover up, you can say, all of the things we have to left to do. Okay, something like taking damage, making health. Okay, all of the things we have to do. Okay, I hope you get the idea for now in this video. Okay, create a enemy spawner script. Okay, to spawn enemy, so I'm gonna delete this enemy game object. Firstly, make it prefab. Basically, select the game object and drag it to project tab or into assets. Okay, it will turn blue. Now I'm gonna delete this enemy. Instead, what I want, I will create some point. From those point, I will spawn this and that enemy game object. Okay, so what we need, let's create some point or game object, or you can call position. Okay, so let's do that. So let's go to hierarchy, right click, create empty game object. Let's call this game object to spawn positions. Okay, let's call it spawn position, positions. Okay, and let's go to transform, reset the transform, and right click on this game object, and let's create an empty game object. So I'm gonna drag this game object right over here, or you can call this one as position, which have, as you can see, transform component, which is the responsible position, rotation and scale. Okay, so you can select an icon for that. Go over to inspector, click on this box, you can icon, and let's duplicate this point. Okay, and let's move it over to scene view, something like over here. Let's create multiple. Okay, you can create multiple points. So I'm gonna drag this up, let's create right over here. So from this point I want to spawn. Okay, from this point I want to spawn. So let's create a spawner script. Okay, let's go to project tab, then assets, right click on assets, create. Okay, shijab script, name it to something like spawner enemy or enemy spawner. I already have created, so what I'm gonna do, I have it over here. So let's go to hierarchy, let's create an empty game object, right click, create empty game object. Let's reset the transform of this game object. Let's call this game object something like enemy spawner. Okay, so let's call it enemy spawner. Okay, enemy spawner. And what we need to do, let's select this enemy script, enemy spawner script, and let's drag it to add component section. Okay, basically attach that and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So what I'm gonna do, let's create a function for spawning. Okay, so let's create a void for function, let's call it spawn enemy. Okay, let's call it spawn enemy and make first bracket and some curly brackets. Okay, so what we want to in spawn enemy, what we need to use this instantiate function. Okay, and we definitely know that this function as a first argument it will take the game object you want to spawn, and the second thing it will take the position from where you want to spawn, and the third thing it will take the rotation. So let's assign those first. So let's make a comment for now, double slash. Okay, and let's go to top of our class. Firstly we need that game object. Okay, that enemy game object which we want to spawn, that enemy game object prefab. So let's create a public game object, let's call this one enemy prefab. Okay, enemy prefab, and let's close that off with semicolon. And the second thing we need position. Okay, but what we need, well, as you can see we have multiple position, we don't have just one position, we have multiple. So what we need to make an array. Array basically holds multiple position, it can be anything, game object, position, name, whatever. It also can be a number. Okay, so basically we need to create a transform array, basically means position array, which will hold up this multiple position. So let's go to script. Okay, and let's make a public transform. Okay, transform. For making array, what we need to make square brackets. Okay, so type this square brackets, and we have to name the array what we want. Let's call this spawn position. Okay, spawn position, and close that out with semicolon. Now Control S to save your code, and let's move to Unity. Okay, we should able to see underneath our enemy spawner script, two field will appear. Firstly, the enemy prefab game object field. So what we need to drag that enemy prefab into that slot, and the second thing, as you can see, the array. Okay, so firstly let's drag the enemy game object right over here. So let's go to assets, then prefab, let's drag this enemy right over here, and as you can see spawn position, it says list is empty. Basically this array is empty. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna drag those point, okay, one by one right over here. So it will take time. So instead of doing this, so I'm gonna click on this minus to remove it. You can see in the inspector top right lock button, so click on that lock, so it will be locked, and you can select all of the position by holding down shift, and now drag it to that spawn position array. And once you done, unlock it, and let's go to that enemy spawner script, or enemy spawner game object. As you can see 0 is the first point. Basically this one is 0. So basically all of this position get assigned with an certain index, as you can see. So 0 is this position, then 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. Okay, so we have multiple position now, and we will choose a random one from this position, and from that point we will spawn our game object. Okay, before we do that, so let's move over to script, and let's remove these two slashes. So as a first argument I will pass this enemy prefab, we drag it there. Okay, make sure you do that. And the second thing, it will take the position, so we have to type the spawn position array name, and we have to make this first square brackets. And if you pass right over here 0 basically means this position. Okay, so if I select this one, 0 basically this one, as you can see, all of this position get assigned with and some certain index, and one is this one. So basically this position index is 1, and this right over is 0. So if you pass right over here 0, we should able to see the enemy game object now gonna spawn from this position. Okay, so what we gonna do now, let's spawn from that position for now. Okay, so type dot position, and the third argument it will take rotation, so we will pass quaternion dot identity. It's basically means no rotation. So let's pass right over here quaternion dot identity. Okay, and close that off with semicolon. But we also need to call this function. We made the function, we never calling it, so this line of code will not be executed. Basically enemy will not be spawned from that point, so we need to call this function. For testing purposes, let's call it in the start function. Okay, and we know start function get called when the game start. So in the start of the game, I'm gonna call this spawn enemy function, and what this function is doing, it's just spawning that this enemy prefab at this position with no rotation. Okay, so let's call it right over here. So spawn enemy, and make first bracket, close that off with semicolon, control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. We should able to see that enemy game object gonna spawn right over here. Okay, from this position, because we pass 0, and we know 0 basically means this position. Okay, this one is 0 position, so we should able to see that enemy should spawn from this point in the start of the game. So let's check that out. Okay, so let's hit this play button in the top, and we should able to see enemy just gonna spawn into this point, from this point or from this position. Okay, as you can see, the enemy gets spawned, and the problem is that we face an error, and it says the variable has not been assigned. So what we need to go over to this enemy, and as you can see player, it says none. So what we need to drag the player right over here. Basically we need to assign it. Now if we hit this play button, we should able to see that error will be gone by now. Okay, so as you can see it's gone, and enemy is shooting us. Okay, I don't know why enemy gets stuck at a point. Okay, so we will take a look on that later. So let's deal with this. So instead of spawning from this position, what we want, we wanna choose a random one. We don't wanna spawn that enemy game object some certain point or position. We just want to pick up a random position, and from that position we want to spawn enemy. Okay, so let's open up the spawner enemy spawner script one more time, and right over here. Okay, before we spawn, we will create a random dot range function. Okay, so random dot range function will pick up. Okay, so firstly we will pass 0, and right over here as a second argument we will pass spawn position dot length. Okay, let me explain what is, and close that off with semicolon. So random dot range function right over here, it's gonna pick up a random number between 0 and spawn position dot length. Basically means how many points we have. So as you can see, we have 1 2 3 4 5 points. So right over here spawn position dot length will be 5. Okay, so this random dot range function is gonna pick up a random number between 0 and 5. It will not include 5, but it will definitely include 0 and 4. So 0 1 2 3 4. So this random dot range function can give us 0 1 2 3 4, but it can be in a random one. It can be 3, it can be 4, it can be 1, it can be 0. Okay, so whatever we get, okay, we will store into a int variable. Okay, so let's store this. Whatever we get, let's put it into another container or variable. Okay, so let's put it into an int. Let's call it random, let's call it random position index. Okay, random position index, let's set equal to this. So this random position index can be, sorry, I am misspelled right over here. Oh, okay, so this random position index can be 0 1 2 3 4. Okay, but it can be random, because this random dot range function will pick up a random number, and then whatever we getting, we just storing into this random position index. Okay, because we directly setting it, as you can see, equal to. Okay, so right over here, instead of passing 0 or some specific position, we will pass this random position index, and we know this can be a random number, it can be 0. So if this, suppose this one becomes 0, so it will spawn right over here, and let's suppose this one, this function pick give us 1, so this right over here will be 1, so this one will be 1, so 1 is this point. Okay, basically from this point. So but this can be a random. Okay, so control S on your keyboard to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. We should able to see that function will choose a random point, and from that point the enemy game object will be spawned. So let's take that out. Okay, so let's do that. So let's hit this play button. We should able to see that from a random point that enemy prefab will be spawned. Okay, so as you seen, from this point enemy gets spawned. Okay, from this point enemy gets spawned. So what, and now if I hit this play button, now it will pick up a random one, another one. Okay, it should pick up another one, or it should pick up a random. So as you can see, it's get spawned from right over here. So basically it's taking a random point or position, you can say, and from that point we just spawning. Okay, so what we want now, after some period of time, something like after 2 seconds, after 1 second, we want to spawn another enemy. Okay, and the third time we will spawn another enemy, and the list just goes on. Okay, so we want to spawn every after 2 seconds or 1 second, and next enemy game object, but it's totally up to you what you want. So let's go to script. Okay, so let's create a two variable to keep track of when to spawn. Okay, so firstly we will make a public float start time. Okay, start time, and let's set this one equal to something like 2f. So every after 2 seconds I want to spawn. Okay, and the next thing we will create, it doesn't need to be public, we will create private float. Let's call this one time between spawn. Okay, time between spawn, time between spawn. Let's say it, let's close that off with semicolon. Okay, time between spawn. Okay, and let's go to over here now, this start function. Let's set this time between spawn to start time. Okay, time between spawn to start time, and we do know that start time is 2, so this time between spawn right over here in the start of the game will be 2. Okay, so what we want, so let's move over to this update function, and let's right check right over here if time between spawn. Okay, if time between spawn is lesser than or equal to 0f, if that is the case, we want to spawn. Else what we will do, if that is not the case, we just want to subtract from this time between spawn some fraction. Okay, and we know in the start of the game this time between spawn will not be 0, so this else condition will run. As you can see, if time between is lesser than or equal to 0, so we will do something else. If the time between spawn is not lesser than or equal to 0, and we know that in the start of the game time between spawn will be 2, because we directly setting it, start time is 2, so that's why this time between spawn right over here will be 2. Okay, so in that case what we want, we just want to subtract some fraction from time between spawn until it hits 0, and when it hits 0 we will set back that time between spawn to start time. Okay, so let's do that. So let's subtract from this time between spawn. Okay, time between spawn minus equal time dot delta time, and close that up with semicolon, and somehow it's gonna hit 0 because every single frame we just subtracting from that time between spawn some fraction. So so eventually this time between spawn will reach out 0. Okay, so when it's reach out 0, we will set this time between spawn again start time. Okay, we will set to start time and close that up with semicolon. Okay, before say after setting it one, what we want to do when the time between spawn hits 0, we want to call this spawn enemy function, and we do know what spawn enemy function is doing. It's just picking up a random position or random point, and from that point and it's spawning the enemy game object, okay, or the enemy prefab you can say. So let's call this right over here spawn enemy function and close that up, make first bracket, close that up with semicolon. So this spawn enemy function, every after 2 seconds this will trigger, because a time between spawn will hit 0 every after 2 seconds. Okay, because we're subtracting every single frame until it hits 0, and we do know this time between spawn will be 2. Okay, when it's 2, then we're just subtracting some fraction until it hits 0. When it hits 0, we're setting back time between spawn to start time, which is 2. So this one again became 2, so we're just subtracting. So every after 2 seconds it will hit 0. Okay, and then we calling this spawn enemy function. So every after 2 seconds that enemy game object will be spawned from a random point. Okay, so let's do that. So Control S to save your code, and now let's move to Unity. We should able to see now that that game object will be spawned every after 2 seconds from this random point. Okay, so let's do that. Let's hit this play button in the top, and we should able to see that. But you can adjust the start time. It's totally up to you how much time after you want to spawn any enemy game object. So as you can see, every after 2 seconds enemy gets spawned. Okay, as you can see, but the problem is that enemy is staying at one position. Okay, we don't want to do that. We want this enemy to follow our player and shoot on this player game object. Okay, so let's open up the enemy script what we doing. So let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Okay, so as you can see, transform. Okay, player transform, we have the player position. So let's go over to this update function, and over here we will set this player position. Okay, well, firstly let's do that. We will use this game object dot find object with tag. Okay, and in brackets, in quotation, we have to pass the tag which is player, and make sure you go to Unity and select this player and tag this player game object as a player tag. Okay, select this player and go over to inspector. Over there you can see tag and it says untag. So click on it and assign that as a player tag. Now we assign it this player game object as a player tag. So over here what we doing, we using this function. Okay, so this function right over here, it will find our player game object with tag, and we know we assign it our player game object as a player tag. So this it will find the game object, then we want to access the transform of that player game object and close that off with semicolon. Okay, and we will set equal to this player. Okay, player transform. So basically what we doing, we just we just getting the player position as you can see, and then we storing the player position into this player transform variable or player position you can say, and we doing inside update function, because update function runs every single frame. So that's why every single frame and our enemy game object will keep track of our player position. Okay, so so the error we should, or the bug we should avoid. Okay, so Control S to save your code. We now we should able to see that gonna disappear that bug which is not following our player at all. Okay, so basically what we're doing, let me explain one more time. So this function right over here, it's just finding a game object with the tag name player, and we do know we assigned that player as a player tag. So we're going to that game object, basically this player game object, then accessing this transform, basically the position, and we're storing that position into this player transform, or you can say player position. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. So let's hit this play button in the top now, and we should able to see the enemy game object will now chase our player game object. So enemy game object, player game object every single frame. As you can see, error is now gone. And every after 2 seconds those this player game object gets spawned. Sorry, not a player, it's enemy game object gets spawned every after 2 seconds, and it just following our player as you can see. Okay, so I hope you get the idea how you can spawn any game object in your scene view. So I'm gonna unplay this now. I hope you get the idea of it. Okay, let's do that. Okay, let's go over to player script. Let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Okay, you can create another script for health. Okay, I will do it inside my player script instead of creating another one. If you want, you can create and attach that script to player game object. Okay, and let's open that up script quickly. Let's go to top of our class. I will assign, so let's make a public. Okay, let's make a public int. Let's call this one max health. Okay, max health, and by default I'm gonna set it to something like 3 unit or 3 health. Let's close that off with semicolon, and we need to make a take damage function. Okay, take damage function. So let's go to bottom over here. We will make a take damage function. So we will make it public because I want to call this function from another class, so that's why I am making this function public. Okay, and for function we have to type void and name the function what you want. So I'm gonna call it take damage, and this will take an argument. So I'm gonna pass in damage. Okay, in damage, and let's can make some curly brackets. So let me explain what is this. So this function taking an argument. Okay, basically as a damage parameter we can pass, when we want to call this function, we can replace this damage parameter with any number we want, something like 1, something like 2, 3 and 4 and so on. Okay, so I'm gonna pass it something like 1. So every single unit, if we call this function, we will subtract from our max health 1 unit. Okay, so what we will do right over here, I will say the max health. Okay, minus equal damage. Okay, and close that off with semicolon. So when we call this function for the first time, okay, let's call this function for the first time. So max health we have 3. Okay, and as a damage parameter, as a damage argument we pass 1. So this one right over here will be 1. So 3 minus 1 will be 2. Okay, and second time if we call this function, so max health is now 2. So 2 this one right over here is 2. So 2 minus 1 right over here will be 1. And now if we call the third time, so max health is now 1. Okay, and damage parameter we just assume it damage is 1. Okay, we can pass any number we want. So I'm gonna pass it something like 1, so that's why I'm talking about it. So now this max health is 1. So 1 minus 1 will be 0. So somehow max health of our player game object gonna hit 0. Okay, and now max health is already 0, and if we call this function, so 0 minus 1, which will be minus 1, so max health gonna go to negative value. Okay, so before we subtract from our max health, we will check if the max health is already 0 or not. If it's 0, then we don't want to subtract anymore. Instead we want a game over screen, or we want to game over. Okay, player is not anymore in this scene view or hierarchy. So before we subtract, we will check. Okay, so let's do that. So if max health is lesser than or equal to 0, if that is the case, so make some curly brackets. So if max health is lesser than or equal to 0, in that situation we don't want to call this function. We just wanna stop this function to call out. Okay, so basically we don't wanna call this line of code instead. Okay, so we will type right over here return, and after return whatever line of code you write, it will not be executed. So max health will stop at 0. So we over here we checking if max health is already lesser than or equal to 0, in that situation we just typing return, and after return whatever line of code we write, it will not be executed, so it will be stopped at 0. Okay, so we also need to call this function. Okay, uh, so let's make a another function for dying. Okay, so I'm gonna make it private, or you can leave it like this, void die. Okay, and make first bracket and some curly brackets. You don't need to make it private, something like this private. You can make it private, you can make it something like public. Okay, public, I'm gonna leave as it is like this. This means this function is a private function. Okay, so what we want to do inside this function, void type, we want to destroy our player game object. Okay, before we destroy, let's print out some message in the console if the player is already dead or not. Okay, so let's debug.log, and quotation, let's say this. Okay, this dot transform dot name. So this dot transform dot name, basically it's referencing itself. We're just moving over to this transform component of this game object, and then accessing the name of the game object, which is which we name it player. Okay, so this one right over here we will player, and top of it we will add a string value or a message, you can say plus, in quotation you have to tie. So we will say something like diet. Okay, let's diet and close that off with semicolon. And we also need to call this function, but when we should, when the max health reaches 0, when our player game object don't have any health, in that situation we want to call this die function. A die function, what die function is doing, it just printing out the message in the console as his player died, you can say. So let's call this, instead of over here we will move over to this update function, because update function runs every single frame, so we will keep track of every single frame of our player health. If it reaches 0, then we will destroy our game object, player game object completely. For now we just printing out the message saying that this dot transform dot name basically means player died. On top of it we just adding a string message says died. Okay, so let's call it right over here. Okay, so we will check if max health is already lesser than or equal to 0. In that situation, make some curly brackets. We want to let's call this die function. Okay, die function, and let's close that off with semicolon. Control S to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. You can adjust the max health, it's totally up to you. So that's why I made that field public. Okay, which is the max health. You can set the max health 10, 5, it's totally up to you how much you want. Okay, I'm gonna go with 3, and we also need to call that take damage function, so it will subtract. Okay, so as you can see, max health is by default is 3, so I'm gonna go with 3, but you can set any value you like right over here, it's totally up to you. And now if I hit this play button, we should able to see this max health gonna go down. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and let's some enemies to shoot on or shoot. So as you can see, there is no way we taking damage. Max health just stacking at 3, or the max health is just it's just not shrinking down, or it's not going down. Okay, because we need to call that take damage function. Okay, so I'm gonna unplay this. But when we shoot, when we trigger with that enemy bullet. Okay, when we trigger with enemy bullet, if I move to project tab, then prefabs, and open up this enemy bullet. Okay, enemy bullet prefab. So when we collide this bullet, what we want to take damage. Okay, take damage. So firstly, what we want to do, we want to assign this enemy bullet as a enemy bullet tag. Okay, so to do so, what do we need, you need to open up that prefab enemy bullet, double click that to open up, and go over to inspector. In the bottom, in the over here you can see tag, which is untag. So click on that and click on add tag and hit this plus icon. Let's call this tag to something like enemy. Okay, enemy, sorry, enemy tag, sorry, enemy bullet, enemy bullet, sorry, enemy bullet. Click on save and go over to that game object one more time, and go to inspector, and it says untag, so click on it and click and assign it as a enemy bullet. Now we assigned this enemy bullet as a enemy bullet tag. Okay, so let's go over to and we added a circle collider, as you can see, and we check this one is triggered to true. Okay, basically we check this one. So what we want to do now, let's open up the player script quickly, and we will use a on trigger inter 2D function. Basically that function gets triggered when we trigger with something, and when enemy game object shoot us a bullet on our player game object, we do know we're gonna trigger with that enemy bullet game object. Okay, so over here we will use so you have to type same name or over like this. Okay, so this is on trigger inter 2D function. Make sure you naming as I did right over here. So this function get trigger on get call when we trigger with something. When the player game object shoot a bullet on our player game object, that bullet gonna trigger with our player game object. So and we assign it that enemy bullet as a enemy bullet tag. So we will check right over here by going to this parameter. It says collision, so I'm gonna remove this. Instead I will name it something like other. Okay, and over here we check, so this function get call or get trigger when we trigger with something. And over here let's check whatever we triggering with. Let's firstly print out the name of the game object we trigger it with. Okay, and we definitely gonna trigger with that enemy bullet which a play enemy game object is shooting out on our player game object. Okay, so for printing out we have to type debug then dot log. Okay, and we can access the name of that game object or whatever we triggered it with by going to this other this parameter right over here. We can extract info name tag whatever we want. Okay, so let's print out the name of the game object. So we'll say other dot other dot game object dot name. Okay, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Okay, Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. Select the console in the bottom and hit this play button in the top. We should able to see that message gonna pop up in the console says enemy bullet, because we gonna trigger with that enemy bullet. Okay, if we trigger with that, let me show that you. So let's select this console in the bottom. Let's hit this play button in the top. When we trigger with something, we definitely gonna trigger with that enemy bullet game object. So we should able to see that enemy bullet name will should print out in the console. As you can see. Okay, enemy bullet, as you can see enemy bullet message just printing out in the console. Okay, when we triggering with this enemy bullet. Okay, so instead of printing out message, what we want to take damage. Okay, so let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So instead of printing out message, firstly we will check whatever we trigger it with. We definitely gonna trigger with that enemy bullet. Okay, so we will check if we, so we will check if other dot game object dot tag. Okay, if it's equals to enemy bullet, enemy bullet, enemy bullet, make first curly brackets. So firstly what we doing, we checking if we trigger with something, so this function over here will trigger. Okay, and over there we checking, okay, whatever we trigger it with, if that game object has tag our enemy bullet. As you can see, we accessing the name of the tag of that game object, and we checking if that tag is equals to enemy bullet, and we definitely know that we definitely gonna trigger with that enemy bullet game object. So what we want to call this take damage function. And what take damage function is doing, it's just subtracting from our max health by this amount of damage. Okay, so let's call it right over here. Okay, So let's call this take damage, and as a damage parameter or argument you can pass 3 right over here. So right away we will subtract 3, so 3 minus 3 will go to 0, so we will 1 unit basically. Okay, so we don't want to do that. Instead I want us to subtract 1 unit every single time when we trigger with that enemy bullet came object. Okay, and close that up with semicolon. After taking damage, we also need to destroy that enemy bullet came object. We trigger it with enemy bullet came object or collided that enemy bullet came object. We also need to destroy after taking the damage that bullet. Okay, so to destroy we have to use this destroy function. Okay, destroy function, and it will take the game object you want to destroy. So let's pass other. Okay, other dot game object and close that up with semicolon. So other dot game object right over here, basically whatever we trigger it with, we trigger it with that enemy bullet game object. So other dot game object right over here is enemy bullet game object. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. So control S to save your code, and now let's move to Unity. We should able to see after taking damage, so every single frame something like 1 unit we will subtract. You will able to see this max health gonna go to something like 2 for the first time if we trigger it with that. So let me show that to you. So let's hit this play button in the top, and if this max health basically if we trigger with that bullet for the first time, okay, you will able to see, as you can see, it's gone to then 1 and then 0. Okay, so and as you can see, player diet message just printing out in the console every single frame, because as you can see in the top we write if max health is lesser than or equal to 0. In that situation, so what we doing, we calling this die function, and what die function is doing, it just printing out the message in the console says player diet. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of it, how you can take damage. Okay, and we also need to show that up in UI, our max health, how many health a player have right now, we need to show that up in the UI. Okay, instead of showing that max health right over here, player is not gonna able to see the max health, so we need to show that up into UI so player can see how many health player have right now. Okay, to do so I'm gonna go to project tab and a sprite. I have a sprites over here. I'm gonna leave a link in the description, you can go ahead and check that out. Okay, I will have all of the sprites link in the description and also the timestamps. Okay, so let's select this sprite, and if we click on this sprite editor in the inspector, okay, as you can see there are multiple sprites. Okay, so we need to cut them off individually. To do so, go over to inspector and select sprite mode to multiple, because we have more than one sprite. Okay, and choose pixel per unit to a less number, something like 16. And if you take a closer look, it seems blurry. To get rid of that, scroll down and select filter mode to point no filter. Okay, and after doing all of these things, click on apply. Okay, click on apply, so it will apply it, and now it's gone. And we need to go over to sprite editor. In the top left side you can see slice, so click on it and select automatic to create by cell count and count how many columns and rows it has. As you can see, it has one row, and we can see 3 6 7 8 columns, so we will put 8 columns right over here and one row. Click on slice and then click on apply. Okay, now if we select this scene tab and click on this arrow in this sprite, as you can see, it's cut it off individually. Okay, so to show this up right over here, okay, we need to create a canvas. In that canvas we need to place all of the UI elements like text, images, anything, icons, buttons, all of the things will go in that canvas. Okay, to create the canvas, what we need to move over to hierarchy right click on hierarchy, then go to UI and select this canvas. So as you can see this canvas, I'm gonna drag it top of my hierarchy so I can easily see it, and if to focus on it. So this is our canvas. Okay, so we need to set some settings. So let's go over to inspector, and in the bottom you can see, scroll down, canvas scaler. Okay, and it says UI scale mode to constant pixel size. So click on it and click on scale with screen size, and put in the X 1920, in the Y 1080. Okay, 1080. And now what we need to do, we need to create a image. Okay, basically we need to show the heart right over here, so we need to create a image into this canvas. To do so, right click on this canvas, then move over to UI and select this image. Okay, and if we move over to inspector, then image component, it says source image none. So what we gonna do now, basically this one is empty, so we're gonna select this heart and drag it right here into that slot, and now click on set native size. Okay, so if you are able to see the heart, as you can see, so we're gonna move this heart in the top of right in the top left corner. Okay, so before we do that, let's increase the size of this heart a little bit, something like, let's do 200 in the X and 200 in the Y, in transform. Let's, sorry, this will be something like 150. Okay, so it's fine. I hope you are able to see this heart. Now let's call this image to heart. Okay, heart, and let's go over to rect transform, click on this and hold down all and select this top left one. Okay, now if I try to shrink down my screen or scale up my screen, you can see that heart just adjusting or resizing itself, and it just staying top left corner all the time. Okay, so that is the thing we need to do. You can click on this and you can select this, hold down all and select the top left one, so it will stay in the top left one all the time, even you shrink down or scale your screen. Okay, it will resize according to our screen size. Okay, so that is the thing. I hope you get the idea. Now let's create a text right over here to show up how many health we have right now. Okay, to show that up, let's go over to canvas, right click on this canvas, then go over to UI and legacy in the bottom and select this text. Okay, and let's scale this text. So you can scale it up like this, hold down also, it will scale from the center. Okay, and what we're gonna do, we're not able to see that text. Okay, as you can see, we're not able to see. To able to see, let's increase the font size, something like, let's do it 100. Okay, now I guess you were able to see. Let's change the color right away, so it will be visible. So let's scroll bottom. Okay, and says color, so click on it and select white, something like that. Okay, and choose alignment to both of this center, so it will be always center, and to choose font style to bold, and you can drag any font if you do have right over here. Okay, so I'm gonna go with normal one, and instead of saying new text, I'm gonna set it to 0. Okay, and let's go to rect transform, click on over here and hold down all and select this top left one. Okay, so as you can see, it's now get in the top left corner. Okay, and let's resize it, something like this. Okay, and so we will choose alignment, this one right over here, something like here. Okay, so we have now our health text. So we need to show the text, basically we need to link up this text with our player health. Okay, if we let's name this text something like max health text. Okay, so select the text, go over to inspector, let's call it max health. Okay, max health txt or text, you can say. Okay, And now what we need to link up this text with our player max health. If we move over to basically if we select this text and go over to text component right over here in the inspector, and we can change the value we want, something like 1, then 2, then 3. Basically what we need a reference of this text component, so we can set the max health of our player game object with this text. Okay, so I'm gonna by default I'm gonna set it to 0. So basically we need a reference of this. So let's go over to player and double click that to open up in Visual Studio, and let's go to top of our class. So before we create the text, what we need to include this namespace in the top. It's called using Unity Engine. Make sure you including it. Okay, Unity Engine dot UI, and close that up with semicolon. So this namespace right over here will give us a reference, or we need to include that because that text is a UI element. So that's why we need to use this using Unity Engine dot UI. It will something like it will give us the reference of text elements. Okay, basically we can create the text. Okay, if you don't include it this one, you not gonna able to see any text field. So let's go to over here and we will say set basically we need a reference of this text. Okay, so if we move over to canvas, then max health text, so we need to need a reference of this text, then we can set that up. Okay, so let's go to script, and over here we will make a public text. Okay, let's call this one something like max health. Okay, max health txt, sorry, txt, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. We should able to see an empty field of text will appear in our player script. Okay, and right underneath our player script, that text will be empty. So what we need to drag this text right over there, so we will have the reference. So let's select this player. As you can see, max health text, and it says none. So what we will select this max health text and let's drag it right there. Now we have a reference of this text. Now we can set any value we like. So let's go move over to script. Okay, script, and we will go to this update function, because we need to change every single frame, so we will keep track of it. So let's go to over here and we will use this max health text. Okay, max health text dot text, and we will set equal to our max health. Okay, max health sorry, max health. I'll close that off with semicolon. So what we basically doing right over here, we moving over to max health text and then dot text. Basically we just going over to this game object max health text, then accessing this text, and we setting this text equal to max health, and which is by default we set it 3. So this one over here will be 3, so that's why this text right over here, basically this one will be 3. Okay, right away. So as you can see, an underline became underneath our max health. It says you cannot implicit or convert type into implicitly. Okay, int to string. So basically this is a integer value, and this is right over here a string value. So what we need to convert this integer value to a string. To do so, we just have to type dot to string. Okay, and make first bracket and close that off with semicolon. Now let's move to Unity. We should able to see when we start the game, this text right over here says 0, it will be right away 3, and if we take damage, then it will go down, okay, by 1 unit. So let me show that to you. So let's hit this play button, and we should able to see this health right over here will go down. Okay, go down. So as you can see, and it becomes 3, then 1, then if we take one more time, as you can see, it's gone. Okay, and in the message we just printing out the message says player died. Instead of doing this, what we want to do something else. Okay, basically we will create a game manager script that will keep track of the game is active, basically the game is active or not. We will set that active to false when the player totally died. Okay, we will set that false, and we will check every where if the game is active, so do the thing, and if the game is not active, we will not do anything like that. Basically means player is not anymore in the scene view or hierarchy or in the game. Okay, I hope you get the idea. We will talk about in the next video. Create a game manager script. That script will handle if our player is active or not. Basically, if the player is totally tired, in that situation we will create a bool parameter which can be true or false. So when the player game object totally destroy, or player game object has zero health, in that situation we will set that parameter false. Basically this script will handle the game is player is tired or not. If the player is tired, in that situation we want to stop our enemy to chase player game object, and we want to destroy our player game object, and we need a game over screen, or we can directly jump to game one more time. Okay, so let's go to assets. For that we need to go over to project tab, then assets, then scripts. Okay, right click on assets, create C# script, name it to something like game manager. Okay, and now let's go to hierarchy, right click, create an empty game object. Let's call this game object game manager as well. Let's go to transform, let's reset it, reset the transform. Let's drag this game manager in the top of our hierarchy, and let's drag the script or game manager script to this add component section. Or what else you can do, you can do click on add component and new script, and name the script whatever you want, then create an and then double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So I already have created this game manager script, so I'm gonna double click that to open that up in Visual Studio. I will remove these two namespace, these two pre-generated method, as well as do these two namespaces in the top. We don't need it for now. Instead we will create a bool parameter. Okay, so let's create a public. So we're making public because we want to access this parameter from another class as well, or another script as well. Okay, and let's that will be bool, and let's call this one is game active. Okay, and by default we're gonna set it to true. Okay, when the game start, is game active parameter will be false. Okay, so control S to save your code. And now if we move to a Unity and open up the player script quickly, so I'm gonna go to player script. Over here, as you can see, a max health reaches 0, then we calling this die function. And what die function is doing in the bottom, it's just printing out the message in the console says player died. So after printing out message, what I want to do, I want to go to this game manager script. Okay, and then I want to set this is game active parameter to false because the player have zero health. So in that situation I'm gonna set this is game active parameter to false. Now game should be over, game should not be active. Basically player died, we need to game over. Okay, so let's go to player script now. For that we have to use this find object of type. Okay, and you have to make this arrow, and into arrows we have to pass the script name, and we know the script is game manager. So let's go to game manager and need to make this first bracket and dot. We can access any parameter or any function we want. Okay, so in that situation, basically in game manager script we created that is game active parameter. So let's access that. So is game active parameter, and we accessing it, and we will set this is game active parameter to false now because player have zero health, and close that up with semicolon. Firstly what we doing, we going over to this game manager script. Okay, and then we accessing this is game active parameter, and after it we just setting that is game active parameter to false. Okay, But when we doing it, when the player max health reaches 0, we calling this die function, and die function firstly printing out the message in the console says player died, and after that we just setting that is game active parameter to false. Okay, now control S to save your code, and let's move to Unity. We should able to see in game manager script this is game active parameter will be unchecked, basically false, when when player have 0 health. Okay, so let me show that to you quickly. So let's hit this play button in the top, and we should able to see this will be unchecked, basically false, and by default we set this to true. Okay, basically check. So let's hope that it will work. 1 2 and 3, as you can see is game active parameter becomes now false. Okay, so if it's false, what we want, we don't want to spawn enemy anymore, and we want to stop stop shooting bullets on our player game object from enemy. We want to stop that. Okay, and we also want to stop spawning our enemy. As you can see it is spawning, and we want to destroy our player game object as well. Okay, to do so let's open up the enemy script or enemy spawner firstly. Okay, so double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So over here, as you can see, we are calling this spawn enemy function, and spawn enemy function just spawning the enemy. Okay, so before we do all of these things, basically spawning, we will check. Okay, so if we will move over to top of our update function, before we spawn or do this thing, we will check if so we gonna use this find object of type, and into arrows we have to pass the script name, which is game manager. Okay, we have to make this first bracket. So basically we just typing find object of type, basically we just moving over to game manager script, and then what we will do, we will access this is game active parameter, and we will check if this is game active parameter is equals to false. Okay, if that is the case, so make some curly brackets. So what do we want to stop calling this spawn enemy function, and we know if we stop calling a spawn enemy function, enemy will be stop spawning from those point. Okay, so that is the case catch. So firstly we just moving over to game manager script, and then accessing that is game parameter. Okay, is game active parameter, and we checking if this is game active parameter. If it's false, then what we will do, we will stop doing this thing. And when we setting this is game active parameter is false, when the player to max health is totally 0, in that situation we setting is game active parameter to false. Okay, so what we will do now, we will type return, and after return and close that up with semicolon. After return, whatever line of code you write, it's not gonna be execute. So this is spawn enemy function will stop calling, and if it will stop, as you know, as we know that enemy will be stop spawning from those point. Okay, and what we have to do now, we also have to do, we also need to move over to enemy script. Okay, so enemy script, as you can see, we just shooting our basically we just shooting bullet prefab from enemy game object, top of our enemy game object, and shooting on our player game object. So we also gonna check before we do all of these things and finding and rotating our enemy. Okay, before we do all of these things, we will check if our game is active or not. So we will do the same thing. We need to stop or shooting bullet, we need to stop shooting bullet on our player game object if is game active parameter is false or player is totally died. Okay, so before we do all of these things, we're gonna check if so let's use this find object of type. Okay, sorry, find object of type, and we have to make these arrows, and let's pass the script name, which is game manager, and make some brackets and dot. Over there we will access this is game active parameter, and we will check if it's this is game active parameter is false. So make first bracket and some curly bracket. So what we want, so in that situation, in that situation we don't want to do all of these things like rotating our enemy game object towards a player game object. We need to stop do that, as well as we need to stop shooting on our player game object. Enemy need to stop to do that. Okay, so that is the catch. So before we finding player position, all of these things we need to type return. Okay, we will type return because the game is over now. Okay, so control s to save your code. And now let's move to unity. Okay, we should able to see when our max health of our player game object reaches 0, we setting that is game active parameter to false, and we checking everywhere if that is game active parameter is false, then we just stopping our spawning enemy game object, stopping shooting player sorry bullet on our onto our player game object. Okay, so let's hit this play button in the top and let's have a look on it. Okay, if it's work for, of course it should work. Okay, so let's see that. So one and two and then three. Okay, as you can see now, this enemy game object it's not looking toward us and us, as well as this enemy game object is not chasing us. Okay, basically not chasing player game object, as you can see, and it's stop and not shooting bullet on onto our player game object. So that is the catch. And what we need after doing all of these things, basically we need to destroy this player game object with a player. Basically when our player loses all of his health, in that situation we also need to destroy our player game object as well when the max health reaches 0. Okay, so to do that, let's open up the script quickly and let's go to player script. Over here, as you can see, firstly we just printing out the message, and after it we setting is game active parameter to false. And after doing that, what we want to destroy. So destroy. So what we want to destroy, our player game object itself. So we have to pass this dot this dot game object. Okay, and close that off with semicolon. So this dot game object right over here referencing itself, that player game object itself. Okay, so control s to save your code. And now let's move to unity. We should able to see enemy player game object will be stop player game object will be, sorry for the background noises coming out. Okay, so if we hit this play button now, player game object will be destroyed right away when the player max health reaches gonna reach 0. Okay, so let's have a look on it. One and then two. As you can see, player game object get destroyed totally. Okay, and we are fine. Okay, and also enemy gets stops spawning, as well as enemy stops moving. Okay, and shooting bullets. I hope you get the idea how you can check for. Okay, and the next thing also we have to cover up, that if we just shoot on our enemy game object should destroy itself. Okay, I hope you get the idea of it. We shoot on our enemy game object should destroy itself. Okay, so I'm gonna open up the enemy prefab. So let's go to prefab folder, let's double click that to open up, and let's open up our enemy script quickly. Not enemy bullet, sorry, enemy game object. Let's open up the enemy script. Okay, and right over here let's make a take damage function as we done for our player game object. Okay, so let's go to down, let's go to bottom, and over here let's create a public, instead of doing this let's create a private. Okay, if you just make it void, it's automatically get assigned with private, or you can type it private as well, something like this. So I'm gonna leave with void, it's also mean private. Okay, and the function I'm gonna call take damage. Okay, take damage, and make first bracket and some curly brackets. So before we take damage, we need to give some health to our enemy game object. So let's go to top of our class and let's make a public. Okay, public in, let's call this one max health. Okay, max health, and by default I'm gonna give 2 unit of health, and let's close that off with semicolon. Okay, and now let's go to bottom. So what we want, if we call this take damage function. Okay, if the player game object shoot out bullet and that bullet just collide with our enemy game object, enemy should take damage. Okay, so we will call this take this function, and this function will subtract from our max health of enemy by 1 unit, or any unit or any number you can subtract. It's totally up to you. So I'm gonna go to take damage function, and in take damage I'm gonna go to max health of enemy, and we'll subtract minus equal 1. Okay, 1 by 1 unit. You can use any integer value, it's totally up to you. Okay, so if we call this function for the first time, we know by default we have given every enemy 2 unit of health. So if we call this take damage function, so enemy have 2 health, so this will be 2 right over here, so 2 minus 1 right over here now will be 1. And if we shoot out a second time bullet onto our enemy game object, so enemy have now 1 health, so 1 this one right over here is 1, so 1 minus 1 will be 0. So somehow many enemy health max health is gonna hit 0. Okay, so in that situation we want to destroy our enemy. But let's suppose enemy already have 0 health, and if we call this function, so 0 minus 1 will be minus 1, so it will go to negative value. Okay, max health will go to negative value. So before it goes to negative value, what we want to stop subtracting. We will check if the max health is already reaches 0. In that situation we don't need to subtract anymore. So before we subtract, we will check if max health, okay, if it's lesser than or equal to 0, so in that situation we don't want to subtract anymore. So let's make curly brackets, let's type return, and we do know after return this line of code will not be executed, so the max health will stack at 0. Okay, so let's also create a die function. So let's create a void die, so make first bracket and some curly brackets. So what we want in this function, we want to destroy our enemy game object right away. Okay, so we want to destroy this. To destroy we have to use this function. So this function will take the game object you want to destroy, so we wanna destroy itself, basically enemy game object itself. So we will pass this dot game object, it's referencing enemy game object itself. Okay, so we need to call this function, but when we should, okay, and let's make a on trigger enter 2D function. Okay, and this function get called when we trigger with something. So if I move to Unity and open up the player bullet, basically the player bullet, when the player shoots a bullet on our player game object. So let's open up the player bullet. So this is our player bullet. So if this bullet collide with enemy game object, or enemy game object collide with this bullet, so in that situation we want to destroy this bullet as well. We want to take damage, enemy should take damage. Okay, because it's colliding with player bullet. So before we do that, let's assign this player bullet as a player bullet tag. To do so, open up the prefab and go over to inspector in the top right and click on untag and click on add tag and hit this plus icon. Let's call this one player bullet. Okay, player bullet, click on save. Let's go to that game object one more time, basically this player bullet, and let's assign that tag which says untag to player bullet. Now we assigned this player bullet as a player bullet tag. Now let's move to Unity, basically let's go to scene view and let's open up the script one more time. So this function right over here, get call or get trigger when we collide with something on, or we trigger with something. Let's move to Unity one more time. If I open up the a player bullet and click on this circle collider, as you can see we take this one is triggered to check basically true. So we're gonna trigger with this player bullet. So if player just shoot player bullet onto our enemy game object, so enemy game object will trigger with that player bullet. So this function right over here get called, and this function get called when we trigger with something, and we definitely gonna trigger with that player bullet if player just shoots a bullet on our enemy game object. Okay, so and we can extract info whatever we trigger it with by going to this collision. We can extract info like name of the game object we trigger it with, which is we know player bullet. We can extract anything we can. So this function get trigger or get call when we trigger with something, and over here we want to check whatever we trigger it with, if that game object has tag player bullet, and we know we assign it player bullet as a player bullet tag. So in that situation we triggering with that player bullet, so we need to take damage. Okay, so before we will check right over here, let's go to collision dot game object. So game object dot tag, basically whatever we triggering with, we're going to that game object tag, and we will check that tag if it's equals to our player bullet tag. Okay, player bullet, and make some curly brackets, and we definitely know that we assigned it that player bullet as a player bullet tag, and over here we checking whatever we trigger it with, if that game object has tag is equals to player bullet. So in that situation basically we triggering with that player bullet. So in that situation we need to take damage, and after taking damage we also need to destroy that bullet. We don't want it anymore into this in view because it's already triggered or collided with our enemy game object. Okay, so what we have to do, let's firstly call this take damage function, and we know what take damage function is doing. It's just subtracting from our max health of enemy by 1 unit, and every enemy have 2 unit of health. Okay, so we calling this take damage, so it will subtract from our max health by 1 unit, and after taking damage we need to destroy that player bullet. We don't want it anymore because it's already collided with our enemy game object, and now we need to destroy that player bullet. Okay, so destroy, we have to use this destroy function, and what we want to destroy, we want to whatever we trigger it with, we trigger it with that player bullet. So we have to use this collision dot game object, and collision dot game object right over here, basically whatever we trigger it with, we trigger it with that player bullet. So the collision dot game object right over here referencing that player bullet game object. Okay, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code, and also we need to destroy our enemy game object when the max health reaches 0. So in that situation we need to destroy our enemy game object. So let's suppose a player game object shoots 2 times on our on our enemy game object, 2 bullets. So enemy will lose all of his health. So in that situation we need to destroy our enemy game object. So let's go to update function. Before we do all of these things we will check. Okay, we will check if max health, or max health basically enemy max health is, if it's already lesser than or equal to 0, in that situation what we want, we will call this destroy function. Okay, and what destroy function is doing, it's just destroying the game object itself, basically the enemy game object itself. Okay, so let's go to top of our class, let's call that destroy function. Oh sorry, not destroy, that die function, and make first bracket and close that off with semicolon. And we know what die function is doing. It's basically destroying enemy game object itself. This dot game object basically referencing itself, enemy game object itself. Okay, so control S on your keyboard to save your code whatever you have done. Now let's move to Unity, and we should able to see when we shoot a bullet onto our enemy game object 2 times, enemy will lose all of his health and it will destroy itself. So let's do that. Okay, so let's hit this play button in the top, and we should able to see that enemy game object will be destroyed. Okay, when we shoot 2 times and one, sorry, let me shoot. As you can see and we also lose all of our health. So that's why player game object get destroyed itself. So I'm gonna increase the player health. So let's unplay this. I'm gonna go to player game object. Let's increase the max health something like 20 units. Now let's hit this play button. We should hope now, if we just shoot onto our enemy game object two times, every enemy game object two times, we should able to see that enemy game object will be destroyed. Okay, sorry. So as you can see, it's destroying. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. When we shooting bullets two time onto that game of enemy game object, it destroying, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea how it's working. Okay, so it's pretty difficult. Okay, it's pretty difficult. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of it. Okay, and the next thing what we have to cover up, we also need to move our the camera with our to with player game object, and we need to make some obstacle, you can say. Okay, as we need to avoid enemy should avoid, and then play enemy have to find our player game object, and need to shoot on our player game object to lose out player health. Okay, I hope you get the idea of it. Okay, make the shake. Okay, camera shake. To do so, what we gonna do, we select this main camera. Instead of doing in main camera, we want to create an empty game object. Okay, we will create an empty game object, and then we will make this camera child of that game object. Okay, I mean, so if you just do shake animation in directly to this main camera, you're gonna get some weird behavior. So to get rid of that, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to hierarchy. Okay, right click, create empty game object. Let's call this cam parent or camera parent. Okay, let's call it camera parent instead. Let's call this camera parent. Okay, and go over to inspector in the top right click and reset the transform. Okay, so it will set the position 000. So now what we're gonna do, I'm gonna drag this cam parent in top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time. And let's select this main camera and just place it top of this camera parent. Okay, now if I move our this cam parent game object, as you can see, indeed our camera is going with it because our main camera is a child of our camera parent game object now. Okay, so that is the catch. So now we're gonna go to, so I'm gonna set the position of this camera parent 000 in the, basically go to transform, right click and reset the transform, and then select this main camera and select animation tab right over here. If you can find the animation tab, what you need to go to window in the top. Okay, window in the top, then general, sorry, not scroll down, you can see animation, and the shortcut key for it Control+6. Okay, and you can also find the animator tab right there. So I'm gonna select this main camera and click on this create button. Okay, click on this create button and let's go to assets. Okay, assets, so we don't let's create a separate folder for our animations clip. Okay, to do so, let's go to assets, right click, then new folder. Let's call this folder to animation. Okay, animation, animation. Let's create that, and let's double click that to open up in open up that folder, and let's call this animation to shake animation. Okay, camera shake animation, let's call it instead camera shake, camera shake, and click on save. And what we need to do now, we hit this record button to record your animation. Okay, so click on this record button. So we're gonna go one frame. Okay, one frame, and let's go to transform of this main camera. Let's position in the x something like 0.2, 0.2, and in the y we will do minus 0.2. Okay, something like that, minus 0.2. So and now we will move one more frame, and then we're gonna set this position to 0 and 0. Now let's go one more frame. and let's set the position. Now in the x-axis we will put minus zero point 0.2. Okay, so let's do that, minus zero point 0.2, and in the y we will do 1.2. Okay, and let's go one more frame and let's set the position of this main camera 0 0 0. Okay, so let's set this to 0 and 0. Now if we hit this play button in animation tab, we should be able to see the shake. As you can indeed, it's shaking. Okay, as you can see. So once you done, click on this record button one more time to capture the animation. Okay, and if we move to animator tab, select this main camera. As you can see, camera shake is the default state of our animation. Okay, so we also need to create one more animation clip, which will be the main camera in that animation clip will not shake. Okay, it will just gonna stop and will follow the player. Okay, so basically what we going to do now, let's select this main camera one more time. Let's move to animation tab. Let's go click on this over here. Okay, camera shake, click on new, create a new clip and name the clip what you want. So let's call this clip to shake camera idle. Okay, let's call it idle and click on save and hit this record button. And what we want to do, want to do nothing in this animation clip. The camera will stop, it will not shake, it just gonna stop like this. Okay, it will not shake. So this is our camera idle animation clip. Okay, so and then click on this record button to capture. And if we select the animator tab, as you can see, camera shake is a default state. So we want to make this camera idle default state. Once the player takes damage or shoot out bullets or enemy takes damage, then in that situation what we want to play camera shake animation clip. And we do know if we play the camera shake animation clip, it will shake our camera. Okay, so if I hit this play button in the top, now you're gonna able to see right away the camera shake animation clip will be played, because as you can see, this one is a default state and it's indeed shaking. So what we want to do, so I'm gonna play unplay this and right click on this camera idle, and I want this state to be a default state, or whenever the game starts, this animation clip will be played at the ideal one. Okay, so right click on it and set as layer default state. Okay, and what we want now, we want to make transition from this idle to our shake. Okay, from idle to our shake. To do so, right click on idle and make transition to camera shake. And what we need, we select this arrow and we need to choose some certain condition to go to shake animation clip. So we will set a parameter. Okay, to do so, in the left side in animator tab you can see parameters. Okay, so hit this plus icon and select this trigger one in the bottom, click on it. Let's call this one shake. Okay, shake, and we want to trigger this parameter. If we trigger this parameter, then we want to go or want to play this camera shake animation clip. Okay, so we have to choose this condition. So select this arrow and go over to inspector, scroll bottom, you can see has exit time. So we're gonna uncheck this. As soon as we trigger this parameter, we want to play the shake animation clip right away. We don't want any delay for that. Okay, so that's why we untick has exit time, and we're gonna set this transition duration 0. Okay, we just wanna go immediately to that camera shake animation clip. Okay, so let's set this to 0 and let's scroll to the bottom and we have to choose the condition. Okay, so what we want to trigger this parameter, so we will choose this condition. To choose that, you just have to hit this plus icon in condition. It says list is empty, so let's hit this play and select this condition. Okay, and we also need to go back to our idle animation clip, or we will stack to the shake animation clip forever. So when player takes damage in that, or takes damage, or enemy takes damage, or shoot on enemy game object, in that situation we want to shake our camera. But other condition, we don't want to shake at all our camera. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna go back to our idle. Okay, so right click on camera shake and make transition back to idle. Okay, and hit this plus icon, hit this arrow and what we want, so we will leave this exit time, and for exit time we're gonna put one basically right over means here 100%. Okay, so we gonna go back to ideal animation clip once the we will play 100% animation clip of shake. Okay, when we played 100% of animations clip shake animation clip, and then we want to go back to ideal animation clip, so that's why we leave it this as exit time, and we just put one basically means right over here 100%. So after playing whole animation clip of shake, we're gonna go back to idle. Okay, so I'm gonna set this transition duration to 0. We're gonna go immediately after playing 100% animation clip of shake, and then okay, and we're not gonna choose any condition. We just wanna go automatically. We don't wanna start in that camera shake animation clip. We're gonna go to idle animation clip with nothing. Okay, so we're not gonna choose any condition, so it will automatically go back to that camera idle animation clip. Okay, after playing the whole animation clip of camera shake. So I hope you get the idea of it. And now what we gonna do, we need to if I hit this play button now, we should able to see this camera idle animation clip will be played right away a game starts. Okay, and if we trigger this parameter shake, as you can see shake animation is playing. Okay, shake animation is playing when we trigger this parameter. So what we want to trigger this parameter through code. I'm gonna unplay this, but when we shoot, when a player takes damage, when we shoot on our enemy game object, in this in those situation, we want to shake our camera. Okay, so what we need, we basically need to trigger this parameter. Okay, and if we select this main camera and scroll to the bottom side, you can able to see an animator component has been added to our main camera while we just created those animation clips. Okay, so basically this component right over here gonna give us access to this parameter. We can trigger this parameter through our code. So basically we need a reference of this animator component of our main camera, then we can switch up or trigger this parameter, and if we trigger, we do know it's playing the shake animation clip as you seen. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now, let's go to project tab, then animation, assets animation. Over there we can able to see both of this idle and the shake one. So I'm gonna select this idle, go over to inspector and check this loop time. Okay, so the animation clip will not be looped, and also we're gonna do the same thing for shake. So let's select this camera shake animation clip, let's go over to inspector and untick that. Okay, so the animation will not be basically will not be looped now. Okay, the animation will not be looped now. And now let's go to open up our, let's create a camera shake animation clip instead. Okay, and that clip will just gonna or what else we can do, let's do it instead in our player. Okay, so let's select this player and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Okay, and what we want, basically we will go to take damage. As you can see over here, player is taking damage. So what we need this main camera animator component. Okay, and by this animator component we can trigger this parameter. Okay, and if we trigger, as you seen, it's shaking our camera indeed. Okay, so let's do that. So let's go to script one more time. So we need a reference of that animator component of our main camera. So let's go to top of our class and let's make a in the bottom, sorry, let's make a public. Okay, let's, that is a animator, let's call it camera animator or cam animator instead. Okay, let's call it cam animator or camera animator, close that off with semicolon. And now let's go to there. So over here we taking damage. So what we want to go to cam animator. Okay, basically we're going to that animator component and we will use this function. It's called set trigger. Okay, and this function over here will take the parameter name. Okay, and make sure you typing the same name. If we select this main camera and move to animator tab, we can see shake. Okay, make sure you spelling it correctly. Okay, so let's go to there. In quotation you have to type the parameter name. So the parameter name in quotation you have to type, make sure that, so that is shake. Okay, and close that off with semicolon. Control S to save your code, and let's move to Unity now. And if we select our player game object underneath our player script, we should able to see that field says cam animator, and by default it will be empty. And of course we need a reference. Make sure that, okay, you need to drag this main camera right there. So basically we need a reference of that main camera animator, and that by a deep basically that field will be empty. So if I select this player game object, as you can see cam animator, and it says none, empty. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select this main camera and drag it up there. Now we have, as you can see, main camera animator, basically that main camera animator. Now if we hit this play button, when the player takes damage, you're gonna able to see we triggering that parameter. Okay, and we just going over to main camera animator, and then we triggering this shake trigger. Okay, you're gonna able to see, as indeed you can see camera is shaking. Basically we triggering this parameter. Okay, and once the shake animation clip play at 100%, then it's automatically going back to ideal animation clip of our main camera. So I hope you get the idea. Now player is destroyed. So also we have to do one more thing, that is player need to basically main camera, basically this main camera or the camera parent should follow our player. Okay, should follow our player. And let me hit this play button in the top. We should not able to see basically our camera is not following our player. So we need to make basically we need to make a script that will follow our player. Basically this main camera, wherever the player goes, this main camera should go also with it. Okay, so that is the catch. I hope you get the idea, basics of it. So how you can shake your camera. Okay, I'm gonna unplay this now and make a script that will follow our player. Okay, wherever the player goes, our main camera or this camera parent game object basically need to follow our player. Okay, to do so, let's go to project tab, then assets, then script. Right click on script folder or assets, then create and choose up script. Let's call this script to something like follow. Okay, follow, and let's hit enter and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Okay, double click that to open up in Visual Studio quickly. So just wait. When it's done, what we're gonna do, we're gonna attach this script. Okay, we have to attach this script to our camera parent or the main, basically camera parent. Okay, we need to attach that to that script. Okay, so just wait, and when it's done, let's select this camera parent game object and let's select this script and drag it to add component section. Okay, and let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So what we need, I'm gonna remove these two namespaces in the top, as well as this update function. We don't need it for now. Instead what we need player transform, basically player position. Okay, so we can follow the player wherever player is going. Okay, so let's go to script and let's make a public. Okay, public transform means position, and let's call it player position or player instead, and close that off with semicolon. And let's go to update function. Okay, and we do know update function runs every single frame, so we need to follow our player game object or the camera parent every single frame. Okay, so we will move to update function, and what we wanna do, we're gonna set the position. Okay, transform dot position. Okay, transform dot position basically referencing this camera parent. Okay, camera parent, this transform, then we moving over to this position. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna follow the player. Okay, so we will set new vector 3 or player dot position. Okay, player dot position. So basically transform dot position over here, basically this position right over here, this position basically camera parent position, and we're setting this position equal to our player dot position. Okay, player dot position. So we're setting our current position of the camera parent game object our player position. So wherever the player goes or player position becomes, our current position of the main camera will be our player position. Basically our camera parent game object will follow the player wherever player goes. Okay, so control S on your keyboard to save your code, and let's move to Unity now. And we definitely just have to drag the reference in there. That will be player at transform, basically position, as you can see, and it says none, empty. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select this player and let's drag it out there. Now we have player transform, basically position. So let's hit this play button. We should hope that indeed our this camera parent game object will follow the player, or wherever the player goes, the main camera will gonna go also with it. As you can see, indeed it's going. If you take a closer look, as you can see, indeed it's going, and we camera is also shaking. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of it, how you can make. But what I want, so you can see the movement is totally rigid. Okay, there is no smoothness, you can say. To make it smoothness, okay, what we want, instead of directly setting the position, we will use this mathf.slurp, sorry, mathf.slurp, not mathf, sorry, that is vector 3, that will be vector 3 dot slurp, or you can use this slurp. So let's use slurp instead. Okay, so this function right over here, vector 3 dot slurp, as a first argument it will take the current position. So let's pass our own position. So transform dot position means the current position, and second thing, it will take the target position, basically where you want to go. So we want to go player position, or we want to follow our player position. So as a target position, we will pass player dot position. Okay, so let's pass it player dot position. Okay, and the third argument, it will take the time or the smoothness, you can call. So how much smoothness you want. So let's go to top of our class, let's make a variable for it. Okay, so let's create a public float. Let's call this one smoothness. Okay, smoothness, and by default I'm gonna set it to 2f or 2 unit, and let's pass right over here smoothness. And what we need to multiply this smoothness with our time dot delta time to make it frame rate independence. Okay, so let's multiply that with time dot delta time. Okay, time dot delta time, and control S to save your code, and control S to save your code, and let's move to Unity now. Okay, so I'm gonna do this makes me a little me. Okay, control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. Okay, and also what we want, I'm gonna talk about it later. For now, let's check that smoothness. Okay, let's check that out, if the smoothness is gonna go, you can say, perfectly. Okay, and if we hit this play button now in the top, we should able to see smoothness will be 2. Okay, the camera position will not follow the player rigidly, it will go follow the player, but it will follow smoothly, as you can see. Indeed it is following our player smoothly. Okay, but the problem is we can see that it's little bit shaking. Okay, a little bit shaking. So what we want, so so let's kill those enemies. Okay, it's little bit weird. So what we want, so let's go to a script one more time. Instead of using update function, let's use fix update function. Okay, fix update, and make sure you typing what I did right over here, as it is you need to do that. Okay, So in this function we do wanna this function right over here fix update call in fixed frame rates. Okay, in 1 second, let's suppose it calls in 1 second 60 frame. So in the next 1 second it will still gonna call 60 frames. In the third in the third second you can call this is still gonna run 60 frame rates. So that's why this function right over here called fixed update, because the frame rate of this function is totally fixed, basically constant. Whatever computer you're gonna use, the frame rate will be constant. Let's suppose in your PC system it runs 120 frames in 1 second, so the next second it will still run in 1 second 120 frames. So that's why this one called fixed update. And right over here update function, it can call in 1 second 50, next time it can be 60. It's totally depends. Okay, so that's why it's not fixed at all, our update function. But right over here and this fixed update, it's totally fixed. So I'm gonna copy the same thing. Okay, so control C for copying, and let's paste it over here. And I'm gonna make this one right over here by double slash comment, so it will not interrupt our code. And control S to save your code, and let's move to Unity. We should able to see you can play around with it and you're gonna get hang of it. Okay, it's totally up to you, and just play around, you're gonna get hang of it. So let's hit this play button in the top, and we should able to see the rigidness or the shaky little bit. We should able to see it will be smooth out. So and now I guess it is smooth out once we make the once we make the animation. It's a little bit smooth. Okay, right now. Okay, and you can play around with this smoothness, and you're gonna get, as you can see, if we increase this value, we can see it's totally rigid. You can play around with this smoothness as well. So what we want to do now, let's create some obstacle or some kind of squares, something like that. Okay, to make our environment. To do so, let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. Okay, then go to 2D objects, sprite, and let's select this square. Okay, and what I want, let's make this. So hold down alt, so it will resize from the center. So I'm gonna move it right over here. Basically I will call this one obstacle, so let's call it obstacle, and let's create some of them. So let's select this obstacle, control D for duplicate, and you can move it anywhere you want. And let's duplicate one more time, and let's move it out here. Okay, so basically what we're doing, we're just making out our environment. Okay, so you can just make this, hold down also, it will resize from the center. I'm gonna move this one right over here. So let's duplicate couple of time to make it our environment. Okay, let's move this out here. Oh, and it seems pretty good. Let's duplicate one more time, and I'm gonna make this one. Okay, so I guess it's pretty fine. So let's select all of this obstacle, and let's add up a collider. Okay, for collision detection. So this will be our something like barricade, you can say, or obstacle we need to avoid. Okay, so let's select all of them by holding down shift, and let's go to inspector and click on add component, and let's add up a something like box collider 2D. So let's do that, box collider 2D. Let's add that up. Now it's fine. So the hierarchy looks little bit messy, so let's make it little bit clear. To do so, let's create an empty game object, or hit this plus icon, create empty game object. Let's call it obstacle holder. Okay, let's call it obstacle holder, obstacle holder. Okay, and let's go to transform of this component or this game object, right click and reset the transform, and let's select all of this obstacle. Okay, all of this obstacle, and just place it top of this obstacle holder. Now this all of this obstacle is a child now of that obstacle holder. Now we can collapse it at once. So click on this arrow, now it's collapse it and one. I'm gonna drag it up so we can see it. So now it's pretty fine. So let's hit this play button. We should hope, and we need to make the spawn position little bit further away obstacle. Okay, so that will be kind of good. As you can see, it's spawning inside of this. So instead of doing that, I'm gonna move this point. Okay, so let's select this point and let's move it somewhere around here. Okay, and let's select this one, let's move it up. Okay, so basically we just gonna spawn it randomly, and let's select one this, and you can create multiple as you wish. Okay, and let's select this one. And now if we hit this play button, and we should choose a different color for this our player game object to make it a little bit saturated. Okay, so as you can see, this is spawned right over here, and if we just go around, and we can indeed see it's following our player, and the camera is following our player. You can see it up here, as you can see. Okay, and we can pass through this. So what we basically need to do, if I select this player game object, okay, we have polygon collider. So to restrict that, we will select all of this obstacle. Okay, select all of this obstacle, and go to, let's add up a rigid body components to all of these obstacle. So select all of them by holding down shift and click on this add component, and find over there rigid body 2D. Okay, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna set body type to kinematic, so it will not fall down. This obstacle will not fall down due to our gravity. Okay, so that's why we said it is kinematic. Okay, kinematic. And let's go to collision detection and choose right over here continuous. So it will check continuously for collision, so it will stuck. Okay, let me show that to you. And let's also select this player game object, and let's go to rigid body, and select that continuous. Okay, decrease to continuous. Now let's hit this play button. We should hope that it will not should pass through this obstacle. If it's do, then we have to play around with those value. Okay, it's still doing, kind of doing. Okay, so it's still doing. So basically what we gonna do now, I'm gonna select this player, let's set this to dynamic. Okay, and let's move this, basically I want to set this gravity scale to 0, so it will fall, not gonna fall down due to our gravity. Okay, so now let's hit this play button one more time. We should hope that it will restrict. Okay, just play around with this value. If it's not working, just play around, you're gonna get totally hang of it. Okay, so we should, but okay, so we stuck, we cannot pass through this obstacle. Okay, and also we have to do the same thing for this enemy. Okay, enemy, or just leave with that enemy, and I hope you get this idea. Okay, uh, it's pretty difficult to win, and we can see indeed it's basic. So when the bullets collide with this obstacle, what we need to destroy this bullet. If you take a closer look, bullets can pass through this obstacle, as you can see. Okay, bullet can pass through this obstacle. So what we need to destroy this bullet once this bullet collide with this obstacle. Okay, so before we do that, let's select this obstacle holder. Let's select all of this obstacle, and let's assign it with a certain tag. Okay, to do so, let's select all of this obstacle by holding down shift, and let's move over to inspector, and a tag, it says untag. So click on it and click on add tag, and let's hit this plus icon. Let's name this tag to something like let's name this to obstacle. Okay, obstacle, and click on save. Okay, and let's open up our bullets. So let's go to prefabs, and if I open up the enemy bullet, we don't have any script attached to enemy bullet as well as. Okay, so what we're gonna do now, and instead let's create a obstacle script. Okay, to check for if we collide with any bullet, then we want to destroy. It can be enemy bullet, it can be a player bullet, anything like that we want to destroy immediately once it collide with our obstacles. Okay, so let's do that. So let's go to assets, then script, right click, create, and let's create a C# script, and let's call it obstacle. Okay, obstacle, and let's hit enter and double click that to open up in Visual Studio quickly, and attach this script to all of this obstacle. Okay, we need to attach this basically we need to attach this obstacle script to all of this obstacle. So let's so just wait for to compiling this script, and once it's done, select all of the obstacle by holding down shift. Okay, on your keyboard, let's hold down shift and holding down shift, and let's select this obstacle script, and let's drag it to add component section. Okay, and let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Let's remove this start and update method instead, and also these two namespaces in the top, and instead what we do we will use this on trigger enter 2D function. Okay, and this function over here, we know when we trigger with something, this function get called or get trigger, and once enemy bullet or player bullet gonna pass through, and we definitely know if I open up any bullet, let's suppose this enemy bullet, we assign it this enemy bullet as an enemy bullet tag, and if I open up by double clicking this player bullet prefab, we can see we assign it this player bullet as a player bullet tag in the inspector. Okay, and if we move over to circle collider, we can check this is trigger to true, as we can see which we already have checked this one. Okay, so that's why we're gonna use on trigger enter 2D function of that obstacle. Okay, and this function right over here get called when we trigger with something, and over here as you can see we can extract info by going to this parameter whatever we trigger it with. It can be player bullet, it can be enemy bullet, anything like that. If it's enemy bullet or player bullet, in that situation what we want to destroy bullet, because that bullet collided with basically with this obstacle, so we need to destroy that bullet immediately. Okay, so let's use this function, and we do know this function get triggered or call when we collide or trigger with any game object. So we will check firstly if collision. Okay, collision dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to player bullet, or let's call it enemy bullet. Okay, enemy bullet, and make some curly brackets. So basically what we are doing right over here we checking. Okay, whatever we triggered it with or collided with, we definitely gonna collide with that enemy bullet as well as that player bullet. So we going to whatever we collided with, we going to that game object, then accessing the tag, and we checking if this tag is equals to enemy bullet. Okay, over here we checking. So what we definitely gonna trigger with that enemy bullet, so we need to destroy that enemy bullet, as well as or we have to type this double straight line, you can say, holding down shift in your keyboard, and you can find it backward slash, I guess. Okay, just type this symbol, and as well as we will check for or if collision dot, okay, collision dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to player bullet. Okay, player bullet, and make curly bracket. So basically we checking both of these condition. If we trigger with enemy bullet, whatever we trigger it with, if that game object has tag enemy bullet, what we want, we want to destroy that enemy bullet whatever we trigger it with, and we do know we're gonna definitely trigger with that enemy bullet, so we need to destroy it. Okay, as well as we over here checking or else if we collide with a player bullet, so we gonna do the same thing. Okay, so basically we're checking right over here, we're going to whatever we trigger it with, we're going to that game object, then accessing the tag, and we're checking the tag. If the tag is equals to player bullet, and we do know we assign it that player bullet as a player bullet tag, so we also gonna definitely gonna trigger with that player bullet. So if we trigger with player bullet or enemy bullet, so in that situation we need to delete that enemy bullet or player bullet, because the obstacle collided with that bullet. Basically this obstacle collided with bullets. Okay, so basically we need to destroy those. Okay, to destroy, what we have to do, we need to use this function. It's called destroy, and destroy function will take the game object you want to destroy. So we want to destroy that enemy bullet or the player bullet, whatever we trigger it with. We definitely gonna trigger with that enemy bullet as well as player bullet, so we need to destroy it immediately. Okay, so destroy function will take the game object we want to destroy. So we will pass collision dot game object. Basically whatever we could trigger it with or collided with, we going to that game, accessing the whole game object, and we destroying it. As you can see, collision dot game object right over here means whatever we trigger it with, we trigger it with those bullets, so basically we destroying those bullets. Okay, and close that off with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. We should able to see now those bullet will be destroyed right away once this obstacle collide or trigger with those bullet. Okay, so let me show that to you. So let's hit this play button in the top now, and let's check for that. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and when it's done we should able to see those bullet will be destroyed. As you can see, if I'm just shooting on those, the bullet is instantly destroying. Okay, and if we check for enemy as well as enemy is doing the same thing. Okay, so I hope you get the idea how you can destroy. So the you can say the game will be pretty clean and nice and clean indeed. Okay, we destroying it, and we also playing this shaking animation clip, as you can see. Okay, I hope you get the idea of it. And what we want to do now, we want to change the color of this player little bit, and the next thing we will cover up probably the post processing to make it our game little more cool. Okay, so I'm gonna go to player game object, and let's go to sprite renderer. So this component right over here is responsible for showing up the sprite or the game object. Basically this our player. So we're gonna go to color fill, and let's choose another color for our player, something like green, or you can choose any color you like. I'm gonna choose this green, I guess, or green, something like this color. It's totally fine, you can choose any color you want. So now let's go to overrides in the inspector, click on apply all, so it will change in the prefab as well. Okay, and control S to save your whatever you have done to your Unity project. So you can hit control S for shortcut key for saving your project, or what else you can do, you can go to top left in the file and then click on save, and you can see the shortcut key in the right hand side. Okay, so you can click right over there as well. So I hope you get the idea of it. Okay, in order to do that, what we need to install universal renderer pipeline. To install that, what we have to do, we need to go to window in the top, then package manager. Okay, package manager, and you need to select Unity registry. Okay, select a top over here Unity registry, and search for URP or universal renderer pipeline, or you can call RP renderer pipeline, in order to make to make our glow effect, bloom effect. Okay, so we need to install that. So scroll down to the bottom side, you're gonna see that will be okay. It says URP or RP, I guess. So I already have installed it. As you can see, universal RP or universal renderer pipeline, we need to install that. I already have installed it, as you can see in my project. So I'm gonna cut this, And what we need, if we move over to edit in the top left, then project settings, and then move over to graphics. Okay, graphics, as you can see, it says none renderer pipeline assets. Basically we need to this one is totally empty. So what we have to do, we need to create the pipeline asset, and then we have to drag it right over here, and it says none. So what we need to do, in order to do that, we need to go over to project tab, then assets, right click on assets, then create, and scroll to the bottom side. Okay, I scroll to the bottom side. Sorry, not bottom side, you can find it somewhere over here. Okay, sorry, I guess just find over here renderer pipeline. Okay, rendering. Okay, so rendering, as you can see, you need to move over to rendering. Okay, firstly go right click, then create, and move over to rendering, and choose or right over here URP asset with 2D renderer. Okay, so it will create the pipeline as sorry pipeline assets. So right over here we have, and let's call this one, right click on this, and let's call this one let's rename this RP. Okay, what we need to drag the 2D right over here. Okay, instead of new universal renderer pipeline, because this is a 2D game. So in order to work with 2D game lighting effects, we need to use 2D renderer, and we need to drag it up right over here. In order to do that, I'm gonna delete this one. We don't need this one right now. It's called renderer, a universal renderer pipeline asset. So let's delete that. Instead we need to create the 2D one. To do that, right click on over there, then create, and go over to rendering, and you choose scroll to the bottom, you can see URP 2D renderer. Okay, so click on that, and let's call it 2D URP. Okay, 2D URP. Now let's select this RP, or select this, and let's drag it to the RP right over here. Okay, and basically select this one RP and drag this 2D right there, because this is a 2D game, so we need to work with 2D URP. Okay, and now let's move over to edit. Okay, edit in the top left, then go to project settings, and then graphics, and now let's select this RP. Okay, select this RP and drag it right over here. Okay, and click on continue. Okay, so it will set. Now it's sets up. And make sure you move over to a main camera. Okay, so I'm gonna go to camera parent, and over there I have our main camera. So make sure you check this one. Okay, check post processing. Okay, check this one and select 2D URP right over here. Okay, and check this one post processing, else it will not work. Make sure that, okay, in your main camera. And what if you have done already, so let's move over to now hierarchy. Let's create a 2D light. Okay, in order to do that, so right click, then light, and let's select global light 2D, scroll to the bottom. Okay, global light 2D, and I'm gonna drag it up. Let's create our post processing. To create that, so right click on hierarchy, then go to volume. Okay, and select this global volume. So what you need to go to hierarchy, hit this plus icon, or right click, then go to volume and select this global volume. I'm gonna drag this global volume up, and over here, it, as you can see in inspector, it says none volume. So we need to basically it says none profile, but we need to create a profile. Okay, in order to create a profile, you go to project tab, then assets, right click, then create, and you can see profile somewhere right over here, rendering. Sorry, as you can see volume profile. Okay, so select that, and let's call this one profile. And now select this global volume, and let's drag this profile right there. Okay, and now we are ready to add our effects. So I'm gonna add the effect which is the global volume, or the bloom one, which is intensity. Okay, So in order to do that, click on add override post processing. Now let's select this volume and check this one. Okay, threshold and intensity, and we can play around. As you can see, if I increase the intensity, you can see that it's increasing. Okay, so we can play around with these numbers, and we can play around with threshold. Okay, let's drag this threshold somewhere. Okay, so you need to make this threshold okay, less, and this global volume a little bit up. Okay, and you can add multiple effects if you do want. Okay, in your game, so just you have to add, click on add override and post processing. Let's I'm gonna add a something like lens distortion. Okay, so if I select this and check this one, check this box. Okay, and we can play around. As you can see, it seems pretty cool. Okay, so you can add multiple effects. You just play around with it, multiple effects, and you're gonna get all of them. Okay, and I hope you get the idea. So as you can see, we can play around, we can okay, so this is distortion. Now if I hit this play button in the top, you're gonna able to see the games looks way more cool on now. Okay, so that is the thing. Just follow the steps what I did, step one by one, so you're gonna get all of them. Okay, so now let's move. So as you can see, it seems pretty great. Okay, so I hope you get the idea, and you can play around with the bloom effect. Okay, bloom effect, and you will get that. And the one thing we gonna do in order to make it even cool, what I want, I'm gonna go to camera parent, or the let's select this pen camera, and by default I'm gonna say increase the size something like 0. Okay, not 0, something like 0.1. Okay, something like 0.1. Basically I'm just making that you can say camera. Okay, I'm just focusing this camera. Now it has a little lens. Okay, something like smaller, which just goes in depth. So what I want, I want to include one more animation clip that will be intro out. Okay, when the game starts, I'm gonna zoom out. So as you can see, we zoom out to the player game object directly, so much close. Okay, and I will make the one animation, and that will be something like intro. In that animation I'm gonna make this 5. Okay, something like this, so it will make our game a lot more cool. Okay, in order to do that, I'm gonna set back to something like 0.1. Okay, 0.1. Let's select this main camera and go over to animation tab. Okay, animation tab, and click on right over here. We already have two animation clip, take an ideal one. Let's create another animation clip which will be the intro, you can say, which will be zoom out our camera. So in order to do that, so click on create a new clip. Let's go over to animation folder where we created. Let's call this camera intro. Okay, intro, click on save, and let's move it over to something like 1 second. Okay, and make sure you hit this record button to record your animation clip. And now select this main camera. Let's go to size, orthographic size. Let's make it 5. Now if I hit this play button, as you can see, it seems intro our animation. Okay, intro animation. Okay, so once you done, click on this record button to capture your animation. Now it's fine, and I don't want this animation to loop something like this. Okay, I want to just want to play one time. I don't want to loop this animation. Okay, to do so, in order to unloop this animation clip, we're gonna go to project app where we place it or created the animation clip. So we just created in animation folder. So let's move over to that, and let's select the camera intro. Okay, camera intro, this one, and let's go over to inspector in the top right. As you can see, loop time, so I'm gonna uncheck this. I don't want intro animation to be loop. Okay, it just should play one time right after the game start, and after it it can play the you can say shake if the player takes damage, something like that. So I'm gonna untick this loop time of intro animation, and if I select this main camera and move over to animator tab, as you can see our camera intro. So I want set this one animation state to be default one, because when the game start I want this animation to be played. Okay, so that's why I want to set this animation clip as a default state animation clip. In order to do that, right click on it and set as layer default state. Now this one our intro animation, and we also need to go back to ideal animation clip of our camera. Okay, because we need to play the ideal, which will be just gonna stays. Okay, and it will move over to shake animation clip. So basically we need to make a transition from our camera ideal camera intro animation clip, from our camera intro animation clip to the camera ideal. So we need to make transition. To make transition, right click on camera intro and make transition to camera ideal. So and select this arrow, and I want to play 100% animation clip. Basically I want to play the complete intro animation clip, and after that I want to go to to go on ideal animation clip of our camera. Okay, so I want to play 100% animation clip of intro, then we will move over to ideal animation clip. So select this arrow, go over to inspector, and we're gonna put right over here one basically means 100%. So I'm gonna play the complete intro animation clip. Okay, camera zoom out, and then we will move over to this camera idle, and I don't want, and we will set transition duration to 0 as soon as whole animation clip has been played uh, of a camera intro animation clip. So I wanna go immediately after playing the 100%, and I'm not gonna choose any condition for that, so it will go automatically right after the game start. After playing intro animation clip, it will automatically gonna move over to this ideal animation clip right away. We're not gonna choose any condition, so it will automatically gonna move over to this camera ideal animation clip. Okay, so now if I hit this play button in the top, we're now able to see that it will make our game lot more cool now. Okay, so just wait for to start. Okay, so as you can see, it makes our game lot more cleaner. Okay, lot more cool. So the problem is that, okay, so we have done some mistake. Okay, so if I select this main camera and select this animation tab and choose camera idle, we can see camera idle. Okay, so what I want in camera idle animation clip, okay, in camera idle animation clip I want to set back to 5. Okay, 5. So as you can see, if we say set the size, if we zoom out or take away our main camera little bit farther away from the player game object, so player we can able to see our player game object. Okay, so that's why in camera idle animation clip I'm gonna put 5, and make sure you hit this record button and put right over here 5. Okay, something like 5, something like 5, that that amount. And once you done, click on this record button one more time to capture it. And now basically camera idle animation clip will be stopped. Okay, basically it will play the this animation clip. Okay, and we are doing nothing in camera idle animation clip, just capturing our player game object. We just take our main camera and we took our main camera little bit farther away from our player game object, so the main camera can capture the player game object, which is the 5 amount, as you can see. And also I don't want to loop this camera idle animation clip as well. To do so, let's go to project tab, then animation, let's select all of them, and I'm gonna, it's already, I already unticked those. Okay, so make sure you untick those. Now if I hit this play button, we should able to see the game and now will be fine. So in ideal animation we didn't take away our player game basically main camera further away from our player game object, so that's why it's not showing our player game object. Okay, now it's fine, and now we can play around. Okay, so this seems pretty cool. And what I want, once I loses all of my health, something like when it's this hits zero, what I want this scene or this level to reload one more time. Okay, we want this, so as you can see, player game object get destroyed. So after destroying player game object, okay, so if I double click, so what I want, if the player game object get destroyed, okay, I want this level or this level, or you can say sample scene, I want to reload one more time when the player loses all of his health. Okay, so we will create a script for that. Okay, in order to do that, so let's go to assets, project tab, assets, then script folder, right click, let's create, sorry, let's create a scene management script. So let's call this one management scene management. Okay, hit enter and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So so what we want in this script, basically we want to reload the game scene. Okay, reload the game scene, or I guess you should not create this script. Okay, you can go with player script as well. It doesn't need to it doesn't need to create another script for that. You can go ahead and do the thing in player script where we losing all of our health. Okay, our max health of our player game object. So in order to do that, let's select the player game object, and what we gonna do in player game object, we losing all of our health. So when we lose all of our health, we want this game to reload one more time. Okay, to do so, we gonna open up the player script one more time. So just wait for a compile, it's taking a little bit longer time. Just have to make a little bit patience. Okay, because I don't have a fast system yet. I'm just using my old laptop right now. So wait, and so just wait, and it will take a few seconds. Okay, few moment, and when it's done, we're gonna open up the player script. Okay, so let's select this player script. So I'm gonna go to main camera, and by default I'm gonna set it to 0.1. Okay, to make it now. So now if we hit this play button, the ideal animation clip will be played. And ideal animation, we set the size, or basically we took our main camera little further away from our player game object. So that's what happening. So okay, so okay, we did some mistake, I guess. Okay, so I'm gonna set back to 5. So 5 would be much better. Okay, better. I don't know what's happening, but you can play around, you're gonna get hang of it. Basically we have done some mistake, I guess. I'm gonna set it to 0.1, and if I select this main camera, move over to animation tab and camera ideal, what I want, so if I hit this record button, so make sure you hit this record button. So I'm gonna put something like 5 in over here. Now it's fine. Now let's click on this record button one more time. So basically in camera I did animation clip, we took our main camera further away from our player game object to record it. Basically we set the size of main camera 5. Okay, make sure you do that camera ideal animation clip. Okay, and now if we set it to 0.1, it won't be any problem now. Okay, so let's hit this play button if it's gonna work fine, and see what's really happening. Okay, so just wait for the compile, and when it's done, we should able to see that will be fine now. So as you can see, it's fine. Okay, so when we lose all of our health, I want this game, basically this scene to reload one more time. Okay, this game scene, the scene name is sample scene, as you can see. So let's open up our player script by double clicking on it. So I'm gonna set the max health, uh, so I'm gonna set the max health something like 10, a little bit lower, and let's go to script now. Okay, so over here, as you can see, we created a die function. When we loses all of our health, we created die function, basically we calling it. Okay, and so let's move over to the die function. So what we want to do in die function, we once we loses all of our health, we calling that die function, and die function just printing out message. As you can see, player died, uh, and we destroying the player game object right after it. So what we want to reload our this scene one more time, which we are currently in. Okay, to reload that scene, what we need to use this namespace. So make sure in your script use basically use this namespace. It's called using Unity engine. Okay, Unity engine dot scene management, Unity engine dot scene management. Make sure you include this namespace top of your script. Okay, and once you done, it will allow us to allow us to use our scene manager dot load function. Okay, basically want will allow us to load the scene which we want. Okay, so let's go to bottom now. And before we destroy our player game object, we're gonna use this scene manager function. Okay, and scene manager dot load function, and scene manager dot load function right over here will take the scene in quotation. You can pass the name of the scene, so in our case sample scene. And if you want to or else you can pass right over here the build index. So if you want to find the build index of the scene you are currently in, what you need to go to Unity and file in the top left. Okay, then click on build settings, and you can see the name of the scene right over here and the build index of it in the right section, which is 0. So we can pass the build index which is 0 or the name of the scene in quotation. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm not gonna do anything like that. Instead I'm gonna use this. Okay, instead we will use this scene manager dot get active scene. Okay, dot get active scene, and make first bracket dot build index. And close that off with semicolon. Let me explain this. Basically scene manager dot get active scene, basically which scene we are currently in. We currently in sample scene. So the scene manager dot get active scene right over here will be this sample scene, and then we accessing the build index of it, and the build index we seen is 0. So the build index right over here will be 0. So basically we loading which scene we are currently in, and we are currently in sample scene or the build index of it 0. So the right over here scene manager dot get active scene dot build index, basically referencing the scene which we are currently in. So the basically build index of it, which is we know 0. So it will reload itself. Basically the game scene will be reload automatically. Okay, basically we getting the current scene. Okay, and scene manager dot load scene right over here takes the scene name or the build index of it, and scene manager dot get active scene dot build index right over here, basically referencing which scene we are currently in, the build index of it. And we definitely know we are in sample scene, and the in the build index of it 0. So the right over here build index, so this whole statement will be 0. So basically we loading scene manager dot load scene right over here, right in between these brackets will be 0, and we loading 0. Basically we loading up the scene we are currently in, which is our sample scene. Okay, so I hope you get the idea. Now control S to save your code whatever you have done. Now let's move to Unity. We should able to see when we loses all of our health, basically this max health goes 0. So we calling this die function, and what die function is doing, firstly printing out message, and we setting game is game active to false, and after it we loading the scene, and then we destroying our player game object. Okay, so I hope you get the idea now. So let's hit this play button and let's see what's really happening. Okay, when we lose all of our health, we should able to see the scene, basically the sample scene or the game scene will be reload one more time. Okay, so let me say let me do that. So let's see what's really happening. One and two. Okay. Okay, so basically we have, as you can see, we reload. Okay, and we got a problem in our, you can say, sick animation clip. So we're gonna select this main camera and let's go to animation tab and let's select this animation clip. So as you can see in if we play the shake animation clip, it's not it's basically the camera is too much close to our player game object. As you can see, the size of that is zero point 0.5. So what we want to set it to 5. So we're gonna take our main camera a little bit further away so we can see player game object whole. Okay, so we're gonna hit this record button and we're gonna set this size to 5. And now if we hit this play button now, so as you can see, shake animation playing now lot more clean. Okay, basically we take our main camera and we take it a little basically 5 you can say 5 unit distance from our player game object. Okay, we took, so we can see the player game object whole, or you can say the normal size of the main camera, which is 5. Okay, you can play around. So I'm gonna, once you done, click on this record button one more time. Now it will be fine. Okay, so I'm gonna choose player. I'm gonna go to player and max L, I'm gonna make it 5, little bit lower. Now let's hit this play button. We should able to see those errors will be gone by now. Okay, so let's see that if it works fine, and let's check that out. And we can, oh, okay, so as you can see, camera is shaking, and when we lose all of our health, as you can see, we reload the game scene. So I hope you get the basics idea of it, and we can play around. So, and finally, I want to thank all of you guys. You came to the end of the series or this course to watch full, and I hope you get some basics of Unity and you can make any other game by using these tactics. Okay, zoom out, zoom in effect, and camera shake. And lastly, I want to thank you, all of you guys. Thank you so much for watching this video.